It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shonen knife. Never feel though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil Ipso girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Round robin. Your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
before I pray it's on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd flashing through red lights. I've run the season college.
The round robin NFL Week 16 Part 2 continues through this pre-holiday weekend from our lovely Chicks Beach studios in the fabulous Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. I am Stephen Murray. This is the round robin. Season 3, the show designed just for the early morning gamblers, those driving on the interstates for a long family trip this morning to go see their relatives. If you got to do some cleaning, expecting some of our relatives, and you need something to keep you occupied, we are your live content all morning long to get you prepared for another, hopefully, winning NFL Sunday, in which we are now 11-week winners. I'm sorry, that is not correct. 10-week winners, 2-week losers, and 3 pushes over the 15-week NFL period. And if you didn't listen yesterday, we had mentioned that we broke the record last week for the show for every week that we've had. So we are on top of things here in the studio, and we hope to do so again this afternoon. What can I say about the playoffs? I think a lot of college playoffs, I think a lot of people kind of saw that coming, where these home teams were just going to be at a distinct advantage over some of these away teams. And you saw all 4 favorites cover, with Texas barely covering as Clemson tried to backdoor that spread. But we had all 4 teams cover the home playoff round of the first ever college playoff 12-team tournament. I think every game except for one went over as well. So I think the Friday night game was the lone game not to go over the total. They got close, but they didn't quite get there. And then also with the NFL games that we had yesterday, both the favorites, again, get home. Both of those overs get home as well. So if you played the favorites and went Johnny Square Peg on all these plays here since Friday night, you're a 6-0. And if you played the over, you are 11-1. So I think you take that at the end of the day. That's not the route I took. I liked the Texans yesterday. I thought we were in good shape. The Chiefs elevated their game a little bit. They answered the bell when they had to. Of course, they always answer the bell. And I'm not going to go to the referee card too much here, but it was pretty bad with the referees at some point. I mean, Dell with the offensive pass interference was atrocious. There's another holding that was really bad at times. You're just expecting flags to be thrown at times in that game. And the Chiefs won it fair and square. But some of these referee calls were absolutely brutal, especially when they have the reputation for handing the Chiefs all these flags to begin with. The Dell injury hurt them. That was definitely a stunner. You could see it in their faces. I mean, C.J. Stroud was crying to see Tank Dell go out like that. The good news on that is he just has a dislocated kneecap. I don't want to make light of that. Oh, just a dislocated kneecap. But that sounds like something you could come back from rather than MCL, ACL, full knee blowout. So we'll see how long Dell is sidelined for. The Texans, he was just getting hot too. The Texans, much more dynamic when they have Tank Dell available. And they were playing well. They were in that game, and really until that injury happened, pass protection broke down a little bit on Stroud, a little bit rushed at times. So the offensive line for the Texans, which we said could be concerning at the beginning of the season, is rearing its ugly head at this point of the season as well. The game with the Steelers and the Ravens, I mean, I kind of said it. I like the Ravens, and then it was almost like they were begging you to take the Steelers, giving you 7 points. And there you go. The Ravens win by 17 when it going away. It was a close game first half. Second half, we got the separation. the turnovers by Russell Wilson were the fatal flaws at the end of the day. A bad pick six. That was horrible. That was horrendous. But he's got to hold that ball when he's running. And I think he got all of his rushing yards on that one play as well to get to the alternate over. But you can't fumble that ball at the 3-yard line. You got to make sure you secure that. You don't take a hit, maybe. I get it. You're playing hard. You try to get into the end zone. And in fact, we said that yesterday, that these higher pressure games tend to make the quarterbacks run a little bit more because they are really trying to win it. I mean, the game's importance is just stressed that much more. And when that happens, you feel like the quarterback, when he doesn't have anywhere to throw it to, is going to instantly take off if he sees the space. Or if he just sees the space, he's going to take off. That was the case with Wilson yesterday. That was the case with C.J. Stroud. He falls, I believe, just a couple of yards short of his rushing total. He might have actually gotten it. I hate to play the game of, let me go back and check the stats here, but let me go back and check the stats. He did get his 3rd touchdown pass, so that was the main thing to me. Tied in with that bet, and Mixon got kind of shorted on his receiving yards as well. I mean, he only had the 1 catch. You got to throw it to Mixon more than one time out of the backfield. They had some bad play calling too, the Texans, with those wide receiver screens. Don't do that. Send the wide receivers out and then screen it to Mixon. I mean, that's as easy as a game plan as it gets to get him into the open space. C.J. Stroud, 23 yards total in his rushing. So he does fall 2 yards short with that. All right, let's go ahead and look at the lines. Let's see what we have for this morning. And I don't think weather's an issue anywhere. We should be, for the most part, free and clear. We saw how it didn't affect much of anything yesterday in terms of the total, right? A little bit windier in Baltimore yesterday. Kansas City was as easy as it gets. If we look at the radar, and it looks like the worst game could be later with Seattle and Minnesota. That looks like a potential weather scenario. So let's pull that up real quick and see what they're calling for this afternoon. Oh, yeah, they were expecting precipitation all throughout the day, but it's going to be no snow. They'll get into the 50s. So we will look at rain mainly for that game in Seattle. Winds should not be an issue either. Those slow-moving storms coming off the Pacific Ocean will drench the city of Seattle later this afternoon. So that looks like your main weather issue. For some reason, my odds popped up right to the Jacksonville Raiders game. That must be the least bet game on the board for the moment, if that's where we're defaulting to this morning. Okay, all right, let's get to it with the lines here. Let's see where we stand. The Bengals are now up to 9.5, 46.5 in that game. Dorian Thompson-Robinson is the quarterback there. I usually give you one hint on what I like as we go through the morning here. Sign me up on the Bengals. Sign me up on the Bengals alt line as well. Can you imagine if the Bengals backdoor the playoffs as a 7 seed and they have to play Buffalo in round 1? You think that's what Buffalo wants? Round 1? Play Seattle? Or to play Cincinnati? I would say no. That's earning your way there through the playoffs if you're Buffalo and you get Cincinnati coming in your first game. The Cardinals are minus 4.5 and 47.5 in that game. So that total is up a hair. The Panthers being a naturally over team. The Cardinals have been an under team for the most part this season. Good game in the nation's capital with the Commanders and the Eagles. There will be a lot of green in the Washington stands. You can probably bet the over on fights in this one in the stands. The Eagles are minus 3.5 and 45.5. I watched this Reels. Well, you've watched it out there too, I'm sure. But Real Sports with Brian Gumbel, if you remember that back in the day, they did a piece on stadium fighting in which one of the games was the Commanders and the Eagles game. And the Eagles white jersey guy, his jersey was so red they thought he was from his blood that they thought he was a Commanders fan when they tended to him after he got bludgeoned and bloodied up in the upper levels of FedEx Field or Northwest Stadium, now that it's called. But the Commanders getting 3.5, 45.5 here. This is an interesting game. Philly's been red hot. The dog's appealing to me. We'll get more into that as the show goes along today. The Falcons 8.5-point favorites over the Giants. 43.5 is the total in that game. Are the Giants that bad that they are a declared underdog to Atlanta? Maybe this game's growing on me a little bit here with Michael Penix. Maybe we give Penix a shot here. Minus 8.5 for Penix. And as the starter, I believe the quarterback for the Giants today is Boyle. Let's see if we have him. Oh, we get Drew Lock back for the Giants. So that's maybe favorable for them in that regard. All right. 43.5 the total in that game. That seems odd to me. I don't know how either two of these teams get that many points combined. But the Falcons do have weapons. Maybe Penix brings them to life. Tennessee is at the Colts today. That's indoors. Of course, we made the joke all year long. When you enter Lucas Oil Stadium at the player entrance, it says check your defenses at the door. But here we are with the Titans coming in. Mason Rudolph gets an opportunity. He could certainly bring these Titan receivers to life. And we have the Colts trying to hang on for their playoff dear lives at home here, laying 3.5 indoors. Total is at 42.5. Perhaps a sneaky higher scoring game. Perhaps. We'll have to dissect that one a little bit more. I think we get points in Chicago and Detroit today. The Lions are 6.5, 47.5. I'd be more prone to playing the team points rather than a spread in this game. We'll talk about that more later. But the dire scenario of the Lions defense is not something you can just brush aside. Even with Chicago, who's been stumbling and bumbling, you got to think Chicago is going to have their A game as far as their offense is concerned at home today in front of their fans. And that's going to drive the scoring up because Detroit's going to be capable of scoring with all of their weaponry. I do like St. Brown in this game. How about St. Brown on a nice prop? He usually kills the Bears, and I could see him getting in for a couple of touchdowns this afternoon as well. All right, the Rams now minus 3 and 46.5, another game in which we could see a lot of points. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets have been playing much better. Devontae Adams is playing like an animal. He's gotten Garrett Wilson back involved. Maybe mix in a little bit more Breece Hall. And you got the Rams with their array of wide receivers and Kyren Williams. So how there are not points in this game today, I don't have any clue. This would have to be a field goal slugfest of these two teams were to bog it down. But I think just the way that the trends are, the way the Jets are trending better, I think there is definitely a chance for points in this game with the Jets and the Rams. More on that later. Rainy scenario again in Seattle. The Vikings minus 3, 42.5. If that's the case, do we like the under? I don't know. This is a hard game to handicap. I could go either way on the Seahawks, the Vikings, the over or the under. This is a tough one. We'll dissect this more as we go along. You got to put the Bills on a watch list today and be careful with their props because they might call off the dogs here against New England. We're getting close to playoff time. They're not going to have a bye, it looks like. So they're going to get these guys some rest at some point, and that's going to be at the hands of the Patriots a couple of times here where the starters are likely not to play the second half if they can get up and build a significant lead. So Bills' first half lines look good perhaps here. I would just beware of the fact that you're not going to get 60 minutes of Josh Allen more than likely. So lay off of him a little bit perhaps. And we'll see how feisty the Patriots are with Josh Allen, Drake May coming into Buffalo later this afternoon. But I believe weather is no issue there. Let me just make sure we're not having a snowstorm off of the lake here. It is right now 6 degrees. And it's not going to get much warmer today. 15 degrees is the forecast. No rain or snow in Buffalo. All right, San Fran and Miami down in South Beach. And this should be a beautiful day today, right? It's actually a little cooler in Miami today. But they'll get into the lower 70s for kickoff here. 44.5 is the total. The Niners laying 1.5 with the two teams really hanging. Talk about hanging by a thread with the Colts. I mean, these two teams are literally on that same thread. And it is spindling and breaking right in front of our eyes here. But Purdy and the Niners, they'll try to rebound after what's been a bad season for them. Tyreek and, the coach could be coaching for his life down here with Mike McDaniel down in Miami. So we'll see how the Dolphins respond after they got thumped and shut down offensively last week at Houston. The Jaguars are now catching 2.5. This line has moved towards the Raiders a full point overnight. So the Raiders taking money overnight, over under 40.5 with Aiden O'Connell and my man Mac Jones at quarterback for the Jaguars later today. The Cowboys hosting the Buccaneers in Sunday Night Football. The Bucs are minus 3.5, 48.5. This could be a Mike Evans game again. The Cowboys are having their issues on defense. They've been playing better as of late, and they even got CD Lamb into the end zone last week. But Baker's been on fire. He's the better quarterback here. We'll see if the Buccaneers can handle their business and way to a NFC South title, which I think they can maybe even get if the Falcons lose today. I'll have to play that scenario out when we get Dave Del Grande on here shortly. And the Monday night game with the Packers and the Saints. I'll put the Packers in the same boat with the Bills. Be very cautious on your Packer props as they may pull the plug, seeking rest as well before they get into the playoffs. Spencer Rattler and the Saints outclassed, I believe, for sure in this game. 14.5 the line, 42.5. Lambeau Field, Monday night, raucous fan base. Good luck, Saints, is all I can really say about that. All right, so that's our slate of games for today. We got 3 games in the books. That'll make life a little bit easier as we go through the morning. We'll go through Survivor Pool with nephew Dave. No Ant-Man this morning. He's in Pittsburgh. He flew out last night. We watched the games yesterday. He gave his take on some of the games as well on yesterday's show. You can always go back to listen to the end of that for the last 15 minutes if you want to get the Ant-Man's knowledge on what could happen this afternoon. And what we'll also do to kill a little bit of time is we will do the art of building a ticket. We'll do that again. So I will build a ticket with you guys on the air. Do we want to do running back receive yards, quarterback rush yards? That's always a good one. Or do we want to go full random on the rushing and the receiving? I think we almost want to go full random mode. So we'll go full random mode on the tickets. The art of making a ticket will be coming up just after 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, so we'll do part 2 with our man Dave Del Grande. We'll bring him in here. We'll get him involved. We got some listeners commenting. My man Allah up in New Haven, Connecticut. Good morning to you, sir. Yes, let's eat today and have a fabulous winning Sunday. In fact, my man Allah, let's see. I think he sent us a text here. No plays from him officially, but he's excited to win this afternoon. Maybe we'll hear from my man Coach down in Charlotte, North Carolina as well. Okay, guys, let's bring him in. He is a columnist at Field Level Media. He covers the Golden State Warriors. A senior analyst with Stat Factor. He is the founder of MrFantasy.com himself a contributor to Deadspin, and he's been a huge part of this program since day one. So without further ado, let's go through this NFL slate today with our man from Castro Valley, California, Dave Del Grande. Okay, football heavy on this Sunday morning. Let's get right to the slate. We usually talk the AFC West games, the NFC West games, but here we are. We'll go ahead and hit this whole slate as we're right here at the end of the season. First one, Dave, early slate. Bengals and the Browns. Bengals are 8.5, 46.5. The Browns are going to give Dorian Thompson-Robinson a chance here. I've seen him play before. I'm not too impressed with the Bengals still having some life to them and Joe Burrow at quarterback. This is simply a matchup where the Browns are going to be outclassed here. So I'll lay the points actually with the Bengals. This has a chance to be an easy double-digit winner. I'll take the Bengals and lay some sort of an all line here. I don't think we're going to see much out of the Browns. 46.5 the total, but I'd be more willing to play something with the Bengals on their end. And I think that they can win this game going away. So your first thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I agree. I think that with Robinson quarterbacking for the Browns, it really limits what you would project they'd be able to do offensively. And so if you're Cincinnati and you're going into this game and you're thinking, man, if we can get into the 20s, we're going to win this game. Well, we can get into the 20s by running the ball on every single down. And I'm not going to be surprised. I mean, we saw last week, Brown carried the ball 25 times for the Bengals. He really developed into this nice workhorse back. They don't really have a second guy that they use that often. I think he's going to be very, very busy in this game. And I think Cincinnati, I agree with you. I think Cincinnati wins this game easily.
Chase Brown, he's been fantastic for my fantasy. I got some fantasy questions just for me coming up here at the end. Minus 230 for a touchdown for Chase Brown in this game.
Well, I mean, we talked about this last week, and it didn't necessarily work for us. But when you got a guy like that you're pretty sure is going to score at least once, why worry about the price?
Right.
And, it's not going to get you far in your parlays or whatever, but it is going to add a little
spunk to
you.
it. Yeah.
And at the end of the day, when you don't play it and you go back and you think, well, gee, why didn't I play Brown to score a touchdown? And I thought the price was a little too high. Well, that's dumb. The price doesn't matter as long as he scores. So I think that I think his yardage would be attractive, but on a really, really non-greedy ticket, then yeah, let's start that out for the touchdown.
All right, minus 230 for Chase Brown for a touchdown. His rushing prop is at 75.5, but he's been a monster through the air as well. He usually gets over his receiving total. 27.5 seems almost kind of cheap in this case as well, especially if Burrow could feel the stress of a Myles Garrett at times, perhaps.
Well, like I said, 25 carries last week, and that wasn't a blowout win. I mean, this here, I mean, I guess the one thing you'd worry about in this game is, well, when they're ahead 28-0 at halftime, how much are they going to run him in the second half? The thing is, they don't really have a second back that they use a lot. So even if it's 28-0, it's not like they're going to put the backup in at that point. I mean, maybe to start the fourth quarter, they put him in, once it's 35-7. And so I still think he's going to find a way to get upward of 20 carries. And he gets 20 carries, he's going to get to 75 yards. So I like the rushing number.
Okay, 18.5 is his baseline for attempts as well. All right, next game on the board. This will get to one of our NFC West teams. Cardinals at Panthers, minus 4.5 for Arizona. 47.5 is the total here. The Carolina Panthers secondary is horrendous. I don't know how McBride doesn't finally get in the end zone at plus 125 in this game. So I will take a Trey McBride touchdown on the touchdown ticket. He's alive for 2 in my estimation as well here. The Cardinals, really, if things break right for them, they could find themselves in a good spot here at the end of the day. James Conner, I think, is going to get a nice dose of the ball as well. But I think Arizona can win this game. They seem to do well when they come east anyway. They seem to play better outside of their own stadium. It's not like Carolina is a hostile environment by any stretch of the imagination. I can't imagine that stadium being any more than a third full. And it's not going to be exactly cold in Charlotte either. I mean, they'll be in the 50s or whatever it is. But give me Trey McBride for a touchdown in this game, knowing that Connor may get a good dose of the ball as well. And I think Arizona can win this game at Carolina.
I think this is very similar to the first game we talked about. Arizona should be able to dictate the terms in this game. And that means they're going to run the ball a lot. I think that Connor should, like Brown, should be very busy. He's going to score a touchdown. I'm sure the line reflects that. But I still take him as, I start off my ultimate non-greedy parlay with Brown and a Connor TD.
All right, minus 220 for that. So if you add him to Chase Brown for a touchdown, we're at plus 110 now. So that's a
yeah, right. Well, let's not worry about that. We'll catch up there. But, to me, if we're going to look at something else in this game, I think you mentioned McBride. We talked about McBride last week. Had a really good matchup last week where we projected he'd have nice numbers. This one is Harrison's matchup. He has a much better matchup in this game than McBride, and they need to get him more involved. He's not having the season that I would have expected that he'd have, but he's healthy and he's running into some good defensive coverage. He always attracts the number one defensive guy. Carolina doesn't really have a number one defensive guy. And I think that if Arizona is going to do something moving forward, they need to get him more involved. And so I think that they'll try to figure out a way in this game, probably early on, because they could be ahead significantly as we move forward. I think they're going to try to figure out a way to get Harrison more involved this week.
49.5 as baseline. That seems a little low.
It does, yes.
For sure.
Let's look at that.
All right. Let's see. Greedy style 2, 12-1 on the 2 touchdowns. I mean, Carolina is the kind of defense that can give you 2 touchdowns through the air. That's for sure.
Well, the problem is if you're again similar to the first game we talked about. I don't want to be rooting for 2 different guys to score touchdowns.
Right.
Let's get Connor in the end zone, and then I don't want to worry about throw to Harrison. No. You know what? We need Connor, and so I'll stay away from the Harrison touchdown thing. But 49.5 yards seems very reasonable.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this makes sense. I mean, honestly, if you're looking for a straight, put down $100 to win $100, or even a little bit more, I mean, this does look pretty easy when you look at it. You hate to say that in the NFL. Knock on wood. But Chase Brown, James Conner, both for 1 touchdown.
Well, yeah, and we're just getting started.
Okay. Philadelphia and Washington, minus 3.5, 45.5. I think you like Philly here, but I'm going to give Washington a chance here at home. Even though the win was sloppy against the Saints, I think you learned from those kind of ugly wins as well. The quarterback didn't have quite the homecoming in the second half. I mean, that's the thing with Washington. They play really, really good one half, and then the next half kind of goes to crap. And that's what happened the last time they played the Eagles. The Commanders actually, I believe, with the halftime lead before Philadelphia won that game going away. But it's a semi-cheap number if you like the road team. There'll be plenty of Eagles fans in Washington Stadium. The over-under on fights in the stands, you can probably bet the over on that. But minus 3.5 for the Eagles, 45.5. That defense hasn't been giving up points, but they did a little bit to Pittsburgh. I just think you get a good effort in a divisional matchup here at home from the Commanders. So I don't think if the Eagles win this one, they're going to blow them out. You are catching the 3.5 for Washington. That could matter at the end of the day here. I'm not going to be shocked if Washington wins. Yeah, the Eagles are the better team. They're the hotter team. But to me, still somewhat one-dimensional. I want to see it more from Hurts getting the ball down the field to these receivers. McLaurin's been a beast. He's been great for me. He'll have a tough matchup in coverage against the Eagles. 3.5, 45.5. So do you like the Eagles here?
Well, no, I think it could be a competitive game. Yeah. I think it could be a lot of points scored in this game. The thing about Philly is not only are they playing well, but I guess this is no coincidence, they've got all their weapons firing. I mean, yes, it's been a lot of Barkley. It's been a lot of Hurts running the ball. But last week, in a competitive game against Pittsburgh, after Brown's complaining about how much usage he's been getting, he got 11 targets. Smith got 12 targets in the same game. This is a team unlike if you watch Thursday night's game, as they showed a graphic at the end of the game, that they set some kind of season high in that game for most different guys catching passes or something in that game.
Right,
I don't know what there was, 17 or something.
Right.
Philadelphia only throws the ball to 2 guys.
Right.
And why not? I mean, they've got 2 elite weapons, and so I think that they'll. I can see this game being very similar to the last week's game against Pittsburgh, which is Philly will find a way to put up points, and while Philly's defense is good, Washington's offense is good enough to put up. So I don't know if they can match them, but they can come close to matching them. Maybe even backdoor. So I think this game is going to be high scoring. I think there's going to be, some big numbers here. And McLaurin's probably the guy who you would identify because, like I said, with Philly, yeah, it's usually Barkley, but Hurts gets his touchdown, and now Brown's he had a touchdown last week. Smith had a touchdown last week. I don't think Barkley had any last week. And so they're starting to turn into this. We got 4 weapons, and we're going to score 3 touchdowns. So, identify which one is going to be the one who's left out or what. And so I'll pass on that this week because it's hard to identify. In Washington's case, it's not nearly as hard to identify. McLaurin just seems to find a way to come through, for you almost every game.
Yeah, he beats the best coverage.
And this could be a game where they play from behind. He gets more targets later on in this game, maybe even a cheap one at the end. So, I think there are better plays, over the course of the day. But if I played anybody in this game, I'd play McLaurin in some way, shape, or form.
Plus 170 for a touchdown for Terry McLaurin. He is part of my winning ticket last week for 2. That's the thing. Good defenders can't cover him. So let's see. 60.5 is his baseline yards. I think both of those are attractive. Like I said, I see him getting a lot of volume in this game because Philly's going to score points in this game. And I think Washington will have to try to counter that, which they can. And McLaurin's their guy. He's going to get a lot of targets, 60.5. That's very, very reasonable. Well, last week he had 10 targets last week, 2 touchdowns. So, he's my play in this game. Okay. Primary ticket or leave him off?
Let's put his name down. I don't think he's going to be a primary ticket guy, but he's someone you're going to want to have somewhere, somehow.
On some ticket. I got you. Okay. I'm not so sure how the heck the over-under in Atlanta and the Giants is 43.5 here with the rookie quarterback coming in and just a bad Giants team overall. I think they're down to their 4th quarterback now at this point with Boyle, if I believe right. And Penix will be the starting quarterback for the Falcons. So, yeah, they got rid of Cousins. You can mention that if you want. They'll go to Michael Penix, and the Falcons are 8.5-point favorites. What does that say about the Giants? And the over-under is at 43.5. I think this is one to run for the hills from. I think that's an easy call, unless you think Bijan is just going to be the primary breadwinner here and get the bulk of the action, which I could see that prop-wise. But that over-under seems a little high for me at 43.5. Almost laughable, unless someone knows something I don't know. But I would think that this would be a tremendously low-scoring game. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm there with you. I mean, I think that, again, that's the headline that's really, getting people to assume that, Penix is going to play. Oh, this is like a college game for him. He's going to go out there and put up pinball numbers because he did that his whole college career. It doesn't really work that way. And the Giants, for all these teams that are so bad, they show up. And
they have a little defense too. They do have a little defense.
And they're able to run the ball with two different backs. So they can grind it out when they need to. They throw the ball short to Neighbors, who's healthy and is doing well. And so it's not. And they've used 3 quarterbacks already. Fourth quarterback can't be any worse than the last couple of guys they've used. But because they can run the ball and because they throw the ball short, it makes it easier for the for the young. The new quarterback coming in, kind of like the Raiders game last week against the Falcons. The Raiders were terrible in that game. They couldn't do anything right, but yet they hung in there because the Falcons are so limited on offense. And while Penix, gives them more potential, he's still throwing the ball to the same receivers. And, it's going to come down to, can he be the guy that unlocks Pitts? Because Pitts is the one guy on that team that they got to figure out a way to use him more. Was the problem Cousins? I don't think it was. But when you get a young quarterback in there, so many times the game plan becomes, hey, let's play conservatively. Let's look for that tight end, coming off the line of scrimmage. And in this case, the tight end is a guy who can catch the ball, break a tackle, and go 30 yards. And so he, like you said, they're going to be heavy on Robinson, just like they were in the Raider game. I'm sure he's going to get his numbers. He'll go over 100 yards. But I don't know that he'll score a touchdown. I agree with you. I think touchdown is going to be very hard to come by in this game. This game could be 17-13 when all is said and done. And so if I took anything in this game, I'd take a shot with Pitts, either on a long catch or a number of catches, or I don't know. I mean, I'd like to look at his numbers. It's not a strong play. It's just kind of, you want action in this game. Here's a guy who might surprise you.
All right, firing up sportsbook number 2. As a lot of the numbers are off the board here on sportsbook number 1, still for this matchup here. Let's see here. For Pitts, receiving numbers, we have him at Kyle Pitts for baseline is right at 28.5 yards.
28.5?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I expected. And that, and with him, that could be one catch. Like I said, it seems to be the way young quarterbacks are schooled these days. And that is, look, your first start, don't go crazy. Don't get sacked and get killed. Find your primary target. Here's your tight end coming off the line. Throw it to him. Let him run with it. We'll run the ball a lot. And like I said, in Pitts' case, you throw him one of those quick ones over the middle. He breaks a tackle. And we see this almost every game with him. He catches 2 balls, but somehow he gets up to 40 yards. He's on my consideration ticket, 28.5. That's a nice number.
Okay. Actually, I got a 26.5 too on this book. And The other thing is I got a longest reception. His over-under is 15.5. So if he gets one 16-yard catch, that's all you need.
And then, it's two ways of looking at the same thing. I mean, if he does go over 16 yards and a catch, he's going to go over the 28.5 total. So, the total just seems to me to be, a little more attractive.
All right, Tennessee and the Colts. Colts minus 3.5, 42.5. You would think on the outside looking in that this is about as boring as it can possibly get. But this Colts defense is vulnerable, for one. And two, you can talk about the Jonathan Taylor dropping the ball. Again, another player drops the ball at the goal line, and lo and behold, it's Jonathan Taylor, of all people, who does it, which, come on, Jonathan Taylor, don't stay in your reputation that way. I mean, that's pathetic. I think the saving grace here for Tennessee, a team that must really be checked out, is the fact that Rudolph is probably playing for a job somewhere. So in his mind, at least, he's going to come out and maybe perhaps try to sling the ball around. I know Pollard's questionable, so that might make them throw it in the air a little bit more. Tennessee, with nothing left to play for, might just let it all hang out here for Rudolph to pass the ball. If that's the case, then these Tennessee receiver props do come alive. But I think there's better plays on the board here. I don't want to book anything on theory alone. I mean, shoot, you can see Flacco again at some point if Richardson gets off to a bad start and Tennessee puts some points up. They may be forced to bring in a Flacco here. If that's the case, then all the receivers may become a super alive, and 42.5 may be a low number. But too much game theory here for me. Jonathan Taylor at least needs some redemption in his own eyes, I guess. I'll run away from this game. But what are you thinking here?
Oh, I kind of like this game, and for a lot of the reasons you talked about.
Okay,
First off, I don't know that Tennessee's going to show up here.
Right.
And
that's what I'm
a
saying.
reason,
But yeah.
That Denver's loss keeps Indianapolis, alive, and so they're going to show up. And then realizing all we need to do against this really bad run defense is just hand the ball to Taylor right and left. I mean, he should be the leading ball carrier. I mean, I understand we talked about Brown before, someone could carry the ball 20 to 25 times. I think Taylor's going to be in that same mode. I think he'll go for 100 yards. I think he'll go for a touchdown or two. The difference between Brown and Taylor is that in Taylor's case, you got to worry about you get down to the 3-yard line and you fake it to him and Richardson runs it in. That's not going to happen with Burrow. And so that would be my own bit of a hesitation there. But I think that he's as good a touchdown play as either of the first two guys that we had. And so I'd look at him on our gutless ticket.
87.5 is his yards, minus 140 is his touchdown. And
that's a nice, lot better price than the other two.
You got to figure they want to try to make him feel better too, so they'll give him more chances.
But the other side of the ball to me is equally attractive, and something that I think we learned last week in Tennessee's game is when they made the quarterback change. All of a sudden, Okonkwo and Spears were targeted basically every play. Again, you've got this new quarterback comes in, kind of like I talked about, and what do? You hold the ball, you throw it deep downfield to Ridley or whatever. No, you get rid of it. Throw it to your tight end. 10 targets last week. You throw it to your back out of the backfield. Spears was only a part-time player last week. Spears, we all know, is a very good pass catcher and in search of an opportunity. And if Pollard, in fact, doesn't play, then Spears is a huge play in this game. Even if Pollard does play, again, you're talking about a team that got nothing to play for, and you would tend to give the younger back more of an opportunity. He's your pass catcher. You're going to be behind. You might just sit Pollard the whole second half of this game, even if he's healthy. I think both of those guys are, big time plays in terms of number of catches and even passing yards. Because this is a play from behind game, but not, not like Pittsburgh. Not like Pittsburgh. If they're playing from behind, they're hoping Wilson connects on a deep one to somebody. In this case, you know what? We don't really have that option. We don't have a quarterback in there with that kind of arm. We don't got those kinds of receivers. So we're just going to, like we did last week, every other play, we'll throw it to Okonkwo. Next play, we'll throw it to Spears. Next play, we'll throw it to Okonkwo. Next play, we'll throw it to Spears. I mean, it just seems that when this guy went into the game last week, he had a game plan. Throw the ball short to these two guys, move the chains. And what happened? They rewarded them with a start this week. So, I think that I don't see any reason why that changes. I think both of those guys are very strong plays in terms of pass catching, numbers, yards. I don't know about touchdowns, but, certainly numbers and yards.
You know what? That's why we do this show, because you can bring up angles that I'm not even thinking about. And I love the Tajay Spears angle, especially with the Pollard situation, now that you say it. And I've been waiting for Spears to kind of emerge. And you're right. Last week was kind of the week. A little bit more so maybe 2 weeks ago. But he's finally starting to kind of get involved in the games here. And you got to figure with Tennessee, with nothing to lose, Spears and Okonkwo, for that fact, in the last 4 or 5 weeks for him. His baseline is 27.5 for Okonkwo. I don't have anything on Spears yet, but I'm going to notate that for the side for sure. All right, so good angles. Sneaky high-scoring game, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean,
upper 40s, maybe.
Well, it's like I said, Tennessee, they just don't have the firepower to play from behind. Are they going to get the cheap touchdown or two late in the game when they're losing 28-10? They're not that kind of a team. But fact is that you certainly project Indy, in the upper 20s, low 30s, and that could carry you yourself. So yeah, I'd say sneaky high scoring game.
All right, this is an interesting game to me. The Lions and the Bears, and interesting from the point of fact that the Lions just have all these defensive issues that we mentioned last week. It's known by everybody now just how bad their defense is. I did some investigating this week. Cornerback number one rates out as the 110th best cornerback in the league. Cornerback number two for Detroit rates out at 164th, and it just gets worse at nickel. So you would think that the Bears have every opportunity in the world to at least get some points here. They have enough weapons, but have they checked out mentally for the season is the biggest question here. You got to think in front of their home fans at home that at least they're going to try to put their best foot forward and one last gasp before the season ends. Maybe we can play spoiler to these Lions. We played them close on Thanksgiving. We should have won the game, really, maybe in some facets. But we can hang tough here. We can cover the 6.5 at least. And really, we should be able to put up points. That should be the Bears' mentality. Their baseline's 20.5. So I do like that. But what I like, I think, even more is from the same perspective and the same thought, what's the psychological standpoint for Detroit? And I think the fact that Montgomery is hurt, obviously you would think that they're going to want to, or you would think that they're going to want to rely on Gibbs more and perhaps some Craig Reynolds for sure to spell Gibbs. But the last thing you can do at this point is beat Gibbs into the ground on the running game. So for that fact alone, and the fact that I think Detroit thinks that they're going to have to score points, probably to beat Chicago, I think they're going to put up their fair share of points. I would be more confident in the Lions team total at over 27.5 than I actually would be at the Bears over 20.5. Although it looks very juicy against a very suspect defense. I don't even know if this is a realistic NFL defense at this point on the Lions. I mean, this is really going to be problems for them come playoff time. And I think you see some chinks in that armor this week. So 47.5 is going to be too low for the game total. I think the Lions can get their over. I think the Bears can get their over as well. I'm more confident confident in the competence of the Detroit offense to score, though, at the end of the day, more so than I am on the Bears offense to score. So they're just liable to shoot themselves in the foot. But I think we get points either way here. Lions can't score more points than the Bears at the end of the day. But I'll be looking at I'll be looking at most everything here, prop wise for these receivers. The tight ends, Laporta, I think, can have a good game as well. And Gibbs, I'll look for him, but I might look for him more in the passing game than I will in the running game. So your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said there, especially the part about Gibbs. You can't. I mean, the assumption is that, oh man, he could explode in this game. He's finally going to get an opportunity to be a full-time back. He's put up monster numbers as a part-time back. Imagine now where he gets all the calls at the goal line and he plays. He gets much more touches than ever. But they can't do that. I mean, he's not that kind of back. And if he were to get hurt, because you're overusing him in a game against the Bears.
Then it's panic time.
Disaster.
Yep.
They can absorb a loss of Montgomery because they have enough other weapons. They cannot absorb a loss of Gibbs at this point. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if he got his normal numbers, but I don't think necessarily he's going to be used more than he normally is. I think I do agree with you as well in that you would think that they'd have to pass the ball more to score rather than just plow it in with Montgomery. So you would think that would mean an extra touchdown or two for Goff, for Laporta, for St. Brown, for some of these short yardage receivers. I think Goff. I mean, I agree with you that I think this should be a very high-scoring game. Heck, it's almost impossible that Detroit games aren't high-scoring these days because they're going to give up a lot of points. So, here, I'll throw a name out there, one of our names, who keep an eye on this guy. Maybe even as early as this week when you get a nice price on him, and that's Vaki. Vaki now will be the goal line guy. People think, well, gee, Reynolds is going to be the backup running back now. And while he is, Reynolds is just not a good back. I mean, Reynolds is a typical third stringer. He's not going to do anything for you. The only reason they're going to put Reynolds in the game is to spell Gibbs. They're not going to expect a lot of production out of him. When push comes to shove, I think that what you'll see is Vaki's going to have a role, and that could very well be the goal line scorer. And so, I'm not big on being the first guy, to jump on the bandwagon for a guy. But I think this is a case where on a greedy ticket, you're going to want him as a touchdown scorer. Lastly, about Chicago. Well, I agree with you about Chicago. In a game where why are they even showing up? The fact is that A, yes, they're at home. B, it would be nice to knock off the Lions, who could end up being the champion team. I mean, this would be a nice feather in your cap in an otherwise lost season. And they're going to play a fun style. They're going to go out there and wing the ball around, which everybody looks forward to. If they're like, well, let's just go out there and run the ball on every down and get them in a mud game. Oh boy, why? No, I'm not interested in that. As a player, but the player's like, yeah, let's put up some pinball numbers in this game, and all their receivers are healthy. The quarterback's doing well. Swift is running well. I think that Chicago's got a chance to put up a lot of points in this game. And the guy that's coming on very strong late in the season is Allen. He's getting targeted a ton. I expect him to have a big game here. So there's, I've already mentioned a lot of different things. But I would want a piece of Allen in this game. I'd want Vaki on a long shot ticket. And then on Detroit's side, guess if I had to pick something, I'd look at Goff, over 1.5 touchdowns or whatever, over 2.5 touchdowns, because first off, he does throw a fair amount of touchdowns anyway. But secondly, he does, all those times he's handing the ball off to Montgomery just aren't there anymore at the goal line. So, give me all that.
Okay. Allen is 50.5 baseline for his receive yards. There's a lot of low-hanger numbers here, too. Let me just run through a few of them, just so you know. Swift, 13.5. Commit, 20.5. Adunze, 35.5. Gibbs, 30.5. Jameson, our boy, 47.5. Allen, as we mentioned, 50.5. Laporta's just at 45.5. DJ Moore, 54.5. St. Brown, 73.5. You almost get the feeling, which this never happens, but all those players could go over their numbers. Jared Goff.
What's Laporta for a TD?
I'll get to that in 1/2 second. Goff for 2 touchdowns is minus 160. And now for the touchdowns. And for a futures ticket, I need Laporta to come up with 200 yards by the end of the season for a winner. In fact, I need a Dunze on the same ticket for 100 yards. So this ticket could really propel me to cashing out that big future. Let's see. Touchdown for Laporta is at plus 195. Keenan Allen is at plus 180. In fact, those two guys just parlayed together would be a nice payout for a touchdown.
Yes. And they offering Vaki?
Vaki is at 11-1.
Nice.
That's some greed right there. I like it.
Okay.
All right. Anything for the primary ticket? What's your best play for a primary?
Well, I think the safest thing would be Goff over 1.5
touchdowns.
Now again,
okay.
That's a minus 160, but that's okay. We're looking for winners here. Brown TD, Connor TD, Taylor TD, and Goff 2 TDs. Now we're talking about 5-1.
All right, so this is a little trick the sportsbook will play on the customers, so you got to be aware of it. On his baseline, there's a category called player passing touchdowns, and they're all 1.5s. So Goff on that actually is minus 152 for over 1.5. And then on his alternate passing touchdowns for 2 or more touchdown passes, he's minus 160. So they'll try to trick you here and spend the extra juice at times. So be aware of that, listeners and viewers. So over 1.5 is minus 152. We'll throw that better number on our ticket. Now, did we throw Taylor for a touchdown on there as well?
Yes, minus 140.
Okay.
So Brown, Connor, Taylor, and Goff.
All right, and now we're up to 5-1 odds on these 4 things to happen.
What I figured.
Okay. All right. Fun game. We can get points there. All right. This is an interesting game. This has to do with our NFC West Rams as they'll be on the road playing the Jets, who the little engine that could, as I mentioned, finally got over the hump and beat the lowly Jaguars last week. Devontae Adams has done fantastic for me prop-wise the last few weeks. The Rodgers touchdown passes have been fine as well. The Jets team total points over has been fine as well. So that has all worked out. And I'm going to expect a little bit more of the same just since they're trending the right way here. And they got a good competitive team that they can play spoiler against. And the Rams coming in. The Rams we saw where they can score 44 against Buffalo and win, or they can score 12 against the 49ers and win. It doesn't matter. So that makes them a little bit more versatile, maybe a little bit better on defense as well. But Stafford can sling it too. And what we have is, at the end of the day, 2 gunslingers here. And I think we can get an over the total game. I mean, I do. We have enough talent wide receiver wise for the Rams to make that happen. Still good with Kyron Williams as well. And the Jets have plenty of weapons to dispose of also. Out of all the 4 units, the 2 best units who are on the field are the Rams offense. 1, probably the Jets offense. 2, then I would say the Rams defense maybe. And that might be a push with the Jets defense. But either way you cut it, out of the 4 units, they both have the better offenses. So give me some points here. I know that's not the way the Rams usually win games. They tend to win them 24-17. But I think the Jets, who are still showing a little bit of a heartbeat here, just for their own personal satisfaction and good. We're trying to end the season strong. I think this makes this game compelling, and it could be an entertaining game for sure. So I'll look for some over stuff here. The team points for the Jets. Let's look at that first. 22.5, and the Rams 24.5. I would be more comfortable in the Rams getting their point total over 24.5 than I would the Jets. But I think together they can easily get there over 46.5. So what do you got here?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Rodgers, for all the troubles he's had this year, is finally starting to play better, and that is directly related to Adams is starting to play better. The connection has been as good as any in the league in recent weeks. I mean, last week was incredible what they did. And why would that change? I mean, yes, the Rams are a decent defensive team, but Adams is an elite receiver, and when Rodgers has his game going, he's a very tough guy to stop. It's not like Adams is their only weapon either. They got a real good wideout on the other side, and plus their running back is injured or not playing much, and so it's not like they're going to run the ball a lot. So I think that they're going to throw the ball a ton in this game. I think the Rams can counter that. They're more versatile. Obviously, Kyron Williams seems to carry the ball 20 times every game. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened again. But they also got their weapons same way on the outside. So I think both teams should have I think there's going to be a high-scoring game. I don't see why Rodgers wouldn't throw for, over 1.5 touchdowns in this game. Like I said, it's not like they're going to run it in when they get down there by the goal line. Rodgers doesn't run it in. So I do see high scoring here. I think Nakua can have a big game. But my guy in this game would be Rodgers.
All right. Rodgers. Let's see. His over under 1.5 plus 108.
I think that's a very solid play.
All right, throw him on the primary ticket.
Sure.
All right, and now we're up to plus 1133. Both quarterbacks to throw for 2 touchdowns or more, Jared Goff and Aaron Rodgers, and then running touchdowns or receiving by Jonathan Taylor, James Conner, and Chase Brown. All right. Next game on the board. That's it for the early slate. Later slate, interesting game with Minnesota and Seattle. Minnesota -3, 42.5. Although the Vikings beat the Bears by double digits, it wasn't exactly crisp. So you're wondering how they're going to take to the road here. They've been able to win some ugly games. Seattle tends to win more of their ugly close games than they do lose. Interesting matchup. Probably lined correctly. Let's see. What angle would I want to take here? I mean, I think you always got to take Jefferson if he's involved in the game, I guess. But you got to rely on Darnold in Seattle to make that happen here. Tough game to handicap here. I'm not sure. I can make a case for anything. What do you got on this?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think I'd want to stay away from this game. What stands out to me in this game, you got 2 opportunistic defenses and 2 very shaky quarterbacks. Not that, Darnold's having a really good season. Geno Smith, who, got banged up last week, but says he's going to play this week. These are 2 very average to slightly below average NFL quarterbacks going up against 2 ball hawking defenses. And that being the case, I'd like to think that there's a chance that one of these 2 defenses scores in this game. But that said, Seattle's got a good running back. Minnesota's got a good running back. So it's not like they're going to go out and wing it, 45 times, to create more opportunities for a defensive score. So it's, I'm going to pass on this game.
All right, this game. All right, I love a couple of props here. I think this is as easy as pickings as it gets. And it's going to be a little obscure here, but here's what's going to happen in the Buffalo Patriots game. The Bills are going to go up big early in this game, and then they're going to pull the plug because they're not going to play Josh Allen and run him into the ground against the Patriots the same way the Lions are going to run the Gibbs into the ground against the Bears. They're also not going to run into the ground James Cook. And I gave you this theory several weeks ago that guys like Ray Davis and Tyler Johnson now even as well could start to emerge late in the season and get in the end zone. And lo and behold, last week, Davis gets a touchdown. Ty Johnson has a fantastic game through the air. He's been catching a lot of balls. So what happens in this game is once Buffalo gets up big, and somewhere in that mix, they're going to get Kincaid involved. So I like Kincaid for a touchdown. But I would go ahead and bet both of those backup running backs to get a touchdown. I would take Ty Johnson and Ray Davis because you're getting Ty Johnson at plus 290. You're getting Ray Davis at plus 390. This is the old Dave Del Grande strategy where, you know what? You get them both at a plus money, take them both straight, and if one of them gets in, you're going to get a nice payout at the end of the day. So for that fact, Johnson and Davis are touchdown scorers for me in this Bills game, which they won't necessarily win it going away because they'll call off the dogs. And I could actually see the Patriots getting some garbage time yards and points here. So I would even maybe perhaps look at the live betting, see how it goes here for Drake May and maybe some of these receivers closer to halftime. Take a look at their live odds then, and then kind of start to pile on. Because I think even Buffalo, who's going to probably try to limit maybe some of their defensive guys from being hurt as well from lessons learned in the past. Once they're up 28 or maybe even 35 points, 31 or 35, they'll drop back in the zone. They'll let New England go up and down the field and get 20, 21 points, whatever the case may be. So for that fact, this is a higher scoring game. Whether the Bills cover 14.5, I'm not sure. If you want to take the Bills, just bet them in the first half or the first quarter. That's what I would say. Probably the half the better bet just because the first quarter can be sketchy. But first half Bills and the backup running backs to score for Buffalo, and then you can probably throw Kincaid on a touchdown ticket as well. Your thoughts?
Well, you really soured on your boys from New England. And I'm not sure that's warranted. I think New England will show up here. Problem is Buffalo will still overpower them.
I just think they're outclassed at the end of the day here. That's all.
Well, I'm more intrigued by the fact that Buffalo's defense has been so bad. And like you said, there are many scenarios in this game where New England scores points. And probably the best scenario is if they fall behind early. And Buffalo, which already has a bad defense, kind of loosens up and gives them some short passes. Because that's where May likes to throw the ball anyway. I think that Henry could have a really nice game here. And, hopefully they keep him on the field in the fourth quarter if they're behind by 17 points. Because like you said, they're going to give up 10 yards at a time, 6 minutes to go, up by 24 points. And, Henry is one of these guys who, okay, great. Throw me 5 in a row. We'll march it down the field. We'll get into the end zone. It all counts. And at the end of the day, he'll have 10 catches for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. And so I think Buffalo, it has turned into that kind of offensive team, which doesn't help their defense, which isn't very good because it puts their defense on the field a lot. And New England, which isn't much offensively, but like I said, if Buffalo gets ahead and Buffalo makes it even easier to move the ball on them, I think there's an incentive for May, to put up some nice numbers and kind of get, keep the momentum rolling. So, while I don't disagree with anything you said about Buffalo's offense in this game, my play in this game would be Henry.
Let's see. Henry for 5 catches is at plus 110.
Over 4.5?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Plus 125 for 50 yards or more. Baseline 43.5. And
I like both of those.
okay. And for a touchdown for Henry, he is plus 390.
Nice. Now he's someone who you could put on a greedy ticket for 2 TDs, and break the bank.
2 touchdowns for him. And 1 touchdown for our guy, Vacky, for Detroit. That would be a nice greedy ticket.
Yeah, there you go.
2 touchdowns for Henry. Is that 47-1? Wow.
47-1?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Okay.
All right.
That's definitely got to be on a greedy ticket.
All right. So I'm kicking dirt on my Patriots a little bit more than you are, but we're generally on the same boat with our thoughts here anyway. Okay. Let's see. Next game on the board. Your 49ers at your Dolphins. Wow. -1.5 Miami. 44.5. This has to be an over, right?
Well,
yeah, but maybe no. I get it.
I have the same feeling about this game as I had about the 49ers game against the Bears 2 weeks ago. And that is, people are assuming the 49ers aren't going to show up for this game because they have no chance to make the playoffs. Yeah, they've got a 0.1% chance of getting in. But yet their coach is not hearing it. He's firing all cylinders this week, as many as he still has available to him. He was embarrassed by the Rams game last week. He was embarrassed by the 2 bad weather games that they had on the road recently, the Buffalo game, the Green Bay game. I think the 49ers, who are a far superior team over Miami in this game, will actually show up for this game, and you wonder whether Miami will. There was a big loss for Miami last week. Yeah, they're still technically alive, but they have to see the writing on the wall. This is not their season. Tua's been disappointing lately. Hill's been terrible. Waddle's is, not having a good season. Even Achane seems to have lost a little bit. I think the 49ers are going to win this game really easily.
23.5 is their baseline total points for the 49ers. And then if you want to take them on the alt line to win by, let's just say 12.5, because that gives you a missed extra point or a touchdown and 2 field goals, plus 480.
And, I think it's worth, a greedy ticket, certainly. I just think Miami, among probably of all the teams that are still technically alive, I think they're the ones that would throw in the towel the quickest.
Okay.
And they fall behind in this game, and then all of a sudden, Tyreek Hill is unhappy at the number of catches he's getting, and the quarterback is throwing the ball to the wrong team. I just think the coach, they have to fire the coach. It's been a terrible season. You watch enough football, it shocks me the number of times the coach uses a timeout when he doesn't need to. Timeouts are invaluable in the NFL, especially in the second half. And how many times does he get the play in late, and then they're not ready to snap the ball? It's the third quarter. It's 2nd and 6, and the clock's running out. And instead of just taking the 5-yard penalty, he calls a timeout. Like, no, you cannot do that. Now you got one less for the end of the game. And he does this every week. And it's just, to me, an indication that, wow, this guy really doesn't know what he's doing. He may be a good offensive mind. They certainly haven't played to that this year. But he's not a head coach, and he won't be next season, I don't think. Anyway, I think for the 49ers are the play here, in terms of, I guess Garendo they don't expect them to play. And so now we're down to Patrick Taylor as the running back in this game. But that just means more throwing. I think Purdy, again, over 1.5 TDs is a lock in this game. I think Jennings, would be their top receiver, as he, kind of always is. But I take Purdy with over 1.5 TDs.
Plus 104 for that. So our ticket now with Purdy, Rodgers, Goff for 2 touchdowns, and an anytime touchdown by Jonathan Taylor, James Conner, and Chase Brown, up to 24-1 odds now. Simple enough. Jennings will be the guy you looked at receiving wise. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
61.5 for his baseline.
Reasonable.
All right, that's reasonable. All right, the Niners can roll here. All right, next game on the board, and we'll save the best for the last of the late window or for the day games here. Your Raiders against the Jaguars. I'm not sure who we have at quarterback. Do we know?
For which team?
For the Raiders. Yeah.
No.
Okay. And we do have Mac Jones listed.
I mean, this game, I think it'd be crazy to
run for the hills. I got you.
Yeah. I mean, certainly Jacksonville has shown signs of life offensively. But even at that, they're splitting backs, pretty evenly. They throw the ball a lot to the tight end, which is a good thing, but they also throw the ball a lot to Thomas. And so they're not really focused on getting the ball to one guy, and they're not that good offensively to start with. So the Raiders, the disappointing thing about the Raiders last week, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even know if you looked this up, but did you look at Mayer's yardage, number of catches last week in terms of what the line was?
Let's see. I don't recall that offhand.
I saw something, but I can't believe it was right.
What was it? Fill me in.
That his number of catches line. What is it this week? Did he
let's
have
see
one?
here. Yeah, let's see here. He is at Mayer. You know what? I only have one player on the board.
Okay, well, that was the case last week. They were late putting his stuff up. But I saw that his number of catches was 1.5.
Oh, yeah, that's too low.
And I thought, that can't be right. And in fact, he only caught one pass. So, if you played the over 1.5, you lost it. But if it's 1.5, that's an absolute steal. I mean, he's running a lot of patterns. They're throwing the ball short a lot. Yeah, they didn't throw to him a lot this last game. I don't know why. I think it was a big mistake. I was watching him. I thought he was open a lot. And then again, I thought he needed like 3.5, probably over 3.5, and he was going to have to go to get there. Oh man, if I played the over 1.5 on him last week, which I would have thought would have been a lock, and he didn't get there, oh man, I would have thrown the TV out the window. If it's 1.5 again this week, I will go ahead and say, absolute lock.
All right. I got fantasy questions about this game, actually. We'll get to that in a minute. 2 more games. We'll go through them quick. Tampa Bay 3.5 at Dallas 48.5. Cowboys trying to make a late season resurgence. Mike Evans, the jackpot winner for me last week. I love him to death, and Baker Mayfield's been an assassin out there at quarterback. So can the Cowboys keep up with Tampa Bay in this game?
I think so. I mean, Tampa Bay kind of allows you to keep up with them.
Yep.
I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think that you talk about, you often ask me this question. I don't know if it's going to be one you were going to ask me when we get to fantasy. But is there a quarterback on the waiver wire to pick up this week that can help you? Back when Mahomes was not playing, maybe you were looking for one, or maybe you're looking to replace Tua, who's been terrible lately, or whoever it is. I take Rush in this game. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. He's got Lamb to throw the ball to. His tight end's healthy. I just think there are going to be a lot of points in this game, and the line on Rush to go over 1.5 TDs, has got to be pretty good.
Let's see here. Cooper Rush is available in fantasy. So if you need a quarterback, he's there. Passing touchdowns, Cooper Rush over 1.5 is plus 126.
I think that's a very solid play.
All right.
But in terms of fantasy, he would be somebody that I wouldn't hesitate one bit, even with championships on the line or need to win to make your playoffs, whatever it is. I would have no hesitation putting him into your lineup again, especially if you're in a situation where, well, maybe you're thinking, well, do I put Penix in? Now that he's replacing Cousins? No, not ahead of Rush. Do I? What do I do with? Geno Smith, kind of iffy, going up against good defense. No, give me Rush ahead of him this week. I mean, there's just a lot of options, mid-range type. Drake May, do I play him this week? Do I go with Mac Jones? Do I stick with Tua? He's been terrible. What do I do? I mean, there's a lot of these bad options out there this week. I just think that Rush, is he going to throw for 5 touchdowns in this game? Unlikely, but it would be no surprise if he threw for 3, and he would be the first guy to throw for 3 against Tampa in what should be a very high-scoring game. So I recommend him strongly.
All right. So do we put him on the primary ticket?
I don't know that I trust him for that.
That's
but,
the thing. If you put him on the primary, it's like, all right, who doesn't belong on this ticket? And that is the obvious answer.
We've got enough. And, I don't want to go 8 legs on the primary ticket.
Right. Okay. So we can get greedy on Cooper Rush somewhere along the line, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
3 touchdowns for Cooper Rush plus 450.
He's someone who, there's a lot of these quarterbacks that I've talked about, that I like Rodgers, like Rush, like Goff, and even Purdy, that you could bump up to over 2.5 and put them all on a greedy
round robin, and if you hit 3 of the 5, you'll get a nice payout if you round robin, that kind of thing. All right.
Bump them up to 2.5, as opposed to 1.5 where they're all even money.
Will do. I'll send you a screenshot of that over the weekend at some point. Okay, in the last game, let's see here. Green Bay. The question for me about Green Bay, and I need to go back to the playoff standings here, is what exactly is their motivation here? I feel like they're kind of locked. Now, they got to stay ahead of Washington. So I guess they're motivated pretty good at the end of the day. They have Spencer Rattler coming in for the Saints. I guess the Packers can name their score in this game if they want to.
Yes.
Maybe they go up big and then take it easy, pull the plug.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think you're going to see a lot of Jacobs. I mean, not him; he's been playing great lately.
Oh, he's fantastic.
But New Orleans will show up. I don't think they have any chance to win this game. Even Kamara, I think, is not playing anymore. So you got Miller running the ball. You got a new quarterback. I mean, I don't see how the Saints, score more than 14 points in this game. I think Green Bay's going to, write their own ticket here. But all the more reason to not have to force the ball down the field. You've got Jacobs running the ball so well. He's got to be the primary guy here.
13.5 is the Saints' total points. So that's just enough just to not do that. I don't have any touchdown scores on this yet. But yes, Jacobs he's been as good as it gets for running backs.
Yeah. And
I think maybe I undervalued how good he would be for that team.
Well, and that's the thing about, they've got they got their receivers healthy. So, is it going to be Dobbs this week? Is it going to be Watson? Who's it going to be? Wicks, whoever. And so instead of playing that guessing game, they finally established, probably even more so than in recent years, that, man, they got a running back that they wear out, and he scores touchdowns. He gets yardage. In a game like this, that they're going to be ahead the whole way. Well, it might be cold, might be bad weather, whatever. It doesn't matter. All the more reason to run the ball. And they don't really have a real solid backup. I mean, it's not like this guy's going to get you, going to get you 20 carries in a game like this. So 26, I want to say last week. And so when it comes time for we're looking for something to play Monday night, there's your guy.
Packers minus 7.5 in the first half. They'll cover that. Okay, fantasy wise, here's what I did. Now I had the bye week, so my playoffs start now, and no one played Thursday night for either team, so we're at 0-0. And what I did is went ahead and trimmed, like the guys at the back of my roster that I just don't foresee playing, like a Jalen Warren for the Steelers. I'm too crowded. There's no way he's going to get involved here. So what I did, and I cut someone else, but what I went ahead and did is I picked up a few defenses, since that is my biggest question mark. So I think I have the right option here. I'll just get confirmation from you, although this team's not ranked to have the most points. But I do have the Bengals right now. I picked up to beat the Browns. And ever since they put in DTR, that's when I made the move to snag the Bengals. So I'll slot them in the start. But I also, and I picked these guys up looking ahead to this week, not knowing what's really going to go on. And I picked up your Raiders as they'll play Jacksonville. They're picked to get the least points. And the team I have to pick that I have ranked to get the most points is actually the Texans, and they've been my defense for the most part all year. So do I use Texans, Raiders, or Bengals for my defense?
I'd go with the Bengals. I mean, I think that, with Robinson in there at quarterback, you have less chance of a big mistake that gets you, that cheap defensive touchdown, or a couple extra interceptions that, Winston, throws every week. But at the same time, it really limits the number of points they're going to score in this game. I mean, they put up, 7 last week against Kansas City. I don't see them getting to 14 this week. So it could be one of those games where, and I don't really like the way the fantasy scores defenses, by the way. We'll get into that some other time. But in a 28-10 win, your fantasy team defense should score a lot of points. But if they don't have a lot of sacks, which they probably wouldn't against Robinson, and they don't have a lot of interceptions, which they probably wouldn't against Robinson, and Cleveland doesn't fumble the ball, which, they may not. And then all of a sudden you look up and it's like, they got 6 points. What do you mean they got 6 points? They dominated the game. They allowed 10 points. That's a far better game than a guy who, plunges in from 1 yard out. So anyway, that would be my biggest fear about Cincinnati, is that they're not going to get interceptions. They're not going to get fumbles. They're not going to get a TD. And so you're kind of limited as to the top end of what you're going to get in that game. That said, it's a safe play. It's a safer play than going up against Mahomes.
Mahomes, right.
And it's a safer play than trusting the Raider defense, especially with Jacksonville showing some signs of life lately. So I'd go unless you really need it to be a boom or bust thing, I'd go with the safe play and go with Cincinnati and just expect them to put up 6 to 10 points.
All right, that's what I have now. For my kicker, I was forced to cut Fairbairn a few weeks back, and I hated to see him go, but he was on the bye week late. I had to get rid of him. I didn't have much room to maneuver. I picked up Cardi, which I figured was about equal, and he's been fine. Cardi's been good for me for the Rams. Fairbairn got picked up by my opposition, so that could come back and haunt me this week. And I don't look like I have too many other viable kicker options. There is Harrison Butker out there. Let's go ahead and stick with Cardi on the Rams team that can score a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, Cardi's been kicking great.
Yeah.
Cardi, the local kid here. He played at Stanford.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So, I'm quite familiar with his college career, and man, he was automatic at Stanford. And I thought, this is going to be a guy who gets drafted in the NFL. Not a whole lot of kickers get drafted, but somebody's going to draft this guy, and he's going to be, a very dependable kicker. And then when I saw he went to the Rams, I thought, it's indoors. You don't have to worry about the weather. He's going to have a big season. Well, he hasn't really had that season. He kind of started slowly, but he's found his groove. And I think that at this point, he's about as good as any kicker out there. So the question then just becomes, can the Jets, for A, is the weather going to be terrible in New York? And B, can the Jets keep the Rams out of the end zone, force a couple field goals instead of allowing, just the PAT.
Right.
So, but I know he's been, he's turned into the kicker that I thought he would.
All right, so I'm comfortable there. Running back wise, I have Chase Brown, I have Josh Jacobs, and I have Kenneth Walker. And I have Kenneth Walker to third. So I could put one of those guys in the flex, which would be Kenneth Walker to third. I got to go with Brown and Jacobs, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And then wide receiver wise, I have AJ Brown, Garrett Wilson, and then I also have who I can put into right now. I have Shakir in the flex, actually, just because he was my underdog back in August, and here he's been turning on pretty good here as of late. Now I'm kind of concerned if the Bills pull the plug against the Patriots. He may not get, he may fall to the benefit, the deficit because of the running backs or the beneficiaries at the end of the day, the backup running backs. All right, so I got Shakir in a flex, but I also have your guy Thielen against Arizona, which I don't think I like. I have Amari Cooper, he's ranked well lower than Shakir, actually. Shakir's projected double the amount than Amari Cooper. I still have Brian Thomas Jr., but it's the Jacksonville Jaguars. That tells you how good he is. He still scores points on a bad team. So do I have it right now? I guess that's my question, is my flex. I got to keep A.J. Brown and Garrett Wilson in there. And then, because those are going to be higher scoring games. So the flex option would be Shakir, Amari Cooper, Thielen, Brian Thomas Jr., or Kenneth Walker to third.
Well, I want to know Walker's health.
Right.
If he's healthy, you got to play him.
You got to play him.
He has a tough opponent, but with Walker, you're going to get the 15 to 18 carries. Good chance he gets a touchdown.
He plays the whole game at least, too. Yeah.
Yeah, right. The other guys, you've got Thomas, who's actually playing very well lately. Draws a rather mediocre opponent here. He's someone that if you really needed to roll the dice, you need someone to have a big game, which you don't, because you've got two great backs, one great receiver, one other receiver who's got some potential. So it's not like you need to desperately put in a guy and take a big shot. So you're not the type of team that would play Thomas. I think Shakir is your safe play. He's going to catch 5 passes for 60 yards, maybe a touchdown. If he gets 5 for 60, and you only get 11 points out of him, and then you're probably disappointed because some of those other options are pretty good. But I think you can count on him to get that. That's why I think Walker has to be the play,
right?
Because Walker on an average game. He's going to rush for 60 yards. He's much more likely to score a touchdown than the other guys you have. He'll get you 15 points, 20 points, on a good day. And yet without the risk that he went scoreless. They pulled him out early because Buffalo was ahead 31-0 in the second quarter. So, but again, I'd want to examine this Sunday morning and see what they're saying about his health. A big game for Seattle, so they're going to play him if they can. And I see no reason why he's not playing. But lots the last thing you want, especially when you have options, is to plug a guy in there who, all of a sudden he doesn't play, and that's the killer. So, and so what's interesting though with your team, the way it's set up, is Seattle plays a late game, an afternoon game on Sunday, but so does Thomas. And so if you put Walker in your lineup and find out 5 minutes before game time that he's not playing, at least you have a good option to go to. Right. And so that to me would be another reason to say, all right, let's go with Walker, and at 12:55 Sunday afternoon Pacific time, let's just make sure that it's a green light with him. And if it isn't, well, then we switch over to Thomas and still feel pretty good about it.
Well, the Bills are a late game now too, so
the Bills are a late game as well.
So that applies to Cooper, Shakir, if I needed those guys. Okay,
right. So that I would play Thomas ahead of Shakir just because Shakir's been very consistent, and Thomas has had good days and bad days. He seems to be trending in a good direction, which is a good sign with a young quarterback, because a lot of times we see these new quarterbacks come in and then all of a sudden the star receiver disappears. And that happened for a couple of weeks when Jones went in there and he was pretty bad. But Jones has settled down, and this week's opponent, like I said, less than stellar. So you wouldn't expect that Jacksonville would have a terrible offensive game. And, when I say last week, 14 targets last week for Thomas.
Yeah.
I mean, when the young quarterback is throwing to the outside, the downfield receiver 14 times, then, he's playing with confidence. And so, he'd be my fallback.
All right. Good game plan there. I like it. Kittle's my only tight end. That's good enough. That's what I want anyway. And then with my quarterback, I had Nix I could have used. He had 21.02 points. And then Daniels, he got me here. So I got to ride with him. Yeah. Is the way I see it. And you got to figure his bottom numbers right at 20 points anyway. So at worst, I have a push in that decision. You got to think that and Daniels could have a big game. He really could. He could get in the upper 20s if it goes right. All right, I think I'm in good shape.
It's an interesting question that if you could do it over again, knowing, all right, Nix is going to score 21.
Right. Okay.
Now, you can take that, kind of like you can take what's behind door number 1, 21 points, or you can take what's behind door number 2, and that's Daniels. Which one would you take? It's a tough call because, Philadelphia is a good team. I think Daniels has the potential to score more than that. But, if I had to guess 21 or less or 21 or more, I'm going to guess less. So, I'd be the one, I'll take 21 points from Mike. Given your team, your power, your running backs, you got a very solid team. You tell me that, and given my option, it's not like you have the top, it's not like you have Allen, the quarterback. So it's like, given the rest of the roster and you're going to give me 21 points out of my quarterback, I'll take it, I'm not trying to say I don't think Daniels is going to have a good game. It's just that 21 points is a lot of points for a quarterback. That's a fun game to play.
Okay.
What would you do? If you knew Nick scored 21 points, would you still play Daniels, or would you?
Yes. Yeah, because I'm greedy and that's not enough. I want 27, 28, 33.
Yeah. Wow. Ooh, boy.
Well, Michael Vick won me my Super Bowl that one year, and that we've talked about this before. in that famous Deshaun Jackson game where he ran the punt back against the Giants. And Tom Coughlin came onto the field shaking his punter, yelling at him, "What are you doing?" Kicking him the ball. And Vic was outstanding for me in that game at quarterback. So the quarterback can produce at any given moment as well. And that is a game. I mean, would it shock you if it was Eagles 35, Commanders 34, or something like that at the end of the day?
Would not shock me.
Exactly. All right.
Yeah.
Would you rather have my team, all the guys I just mentioned, or the number one seeds team? His team is Josh Allen, Jahmyr Gibbs, Chuba Hubbard, Justin Jefferson, Drake London, Trey McBride, Tony Pollard, the Green Bay defense, and McManus is his kicker.
Wow. I mean, he's got,
he does have George Pickens and McLaurin as well.
Well, Pickens is not playing this week.
And he could in the Super Bowl.
So he's got some. He's got great top end firepower, but he's got some very weak spots. I mean, Hubbard kind of fallen off the map lately, and then his flex with who?
Tony Pollard right now.
Pollard, right? I mean, Pollard isn't even going to play anymore.
Right.
And so
you got to assume it'd be McLaurin would be his.
Well, right.
Now,
you're going to say by the end. I mean, if it were this week, he wouldn't have either one of those guys in the lineup. And if he did, I'd say thank you, because that would be the difference. You don't have those kinds of players. I mean, where he's putting Pollard in there could give him 0. You're putting in Walker, who could give you 20. Well, it's going to be hard to make up a 20-point difference on your team because you're so solid. You've got really good matchups with your running backs, as good as it gets with Jacobs and Brown. I don't care who your running backs are. You're not going to outscore your running backs this week. And then you throw in A.J. Brown and Kittle. You can't do much worse than that. So, and then you got a lot of potential with Wilson. So I give you the edge in that matchup just based on the lineup you gave me. But like you said, he can throw McLaurin in there, and he's got another running back he could throw in there, and that's going to be who is it going to be? He could throw Cook in there. We're just throwing out a name. Oh, wow, okay, that makes a difference because now all of a sudden he's got a couple of decent players he can throw in there, and it makes his team a lot more solid. So that could be the difference in the end if he can replace those two guys.
All right, that would be the Super Bowl. This is the team I need to get by this week, and it's Baker Mayfield, Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Jamar Chase, Smith and Jigba, Jake Ferguson, Cooper Kupp, the Atlanta defense, and Kwame Fairbairn, noting that he has Mahomes on the bench and Jameson Williams or DeAndre Hopkins could be put in at any time, probably.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got the right lineup in there. I think that's a very solid team. I mean, I think you have, your running backs are just, and you could say Gibbs, has this kind of potential too. It's going to be interesting to see, how much they use him this week. But, I wouldn't trade your two running backs for basically anything other than Taylor.
That's the Dave Del Grande strategy. Chase Brown was a grab at that point of the draft when you said it was time to stock up on running backs there after we filled the primary slots. That was a Chase Brown pick.
Well, that's and running backs are they're becoming more valuable in the NFL, which in turn means they're more valuable in fantasy as well. But I still say that's the best way to go in fantasy is get yourself one running back early on. That's fine. And get yourself 3 top-notch wide receivers. And, out of your first, your first 4 picks are 3 wide receivers and a top-notch running back. And then you're all set. You can find that second running back by picking 3 or 4 different ones and just kind of rolling the dice and hoping one comes through. And recent history tells us that one or two of these guys is going to come through, because there's a lot of guys drafted in the 5th, 6th, 7th round who turn out to be, really nice fantasy players.
All right, how'd your son fare in his first playoff round?
Oh, his team had been slumping big time. I think he was 7-1 at one point, top team in the league, and then all of a sudden he lost 5 out of 6, limped into the playoffs, got lucky to get in on a tiebreaker, and then drew the number 1 seed, in a 2-week first round in semifinals, and then all of a sudden recaptured all of his matches. Scored 100. Well, a lot of teams scored a lot of points last week, but scored 160 points last week, and that was even though he's got his Lions, right? He's got Goff, and Gibbs and Montgomery. Well, even though Montgomery got hurt, Goff had a monster game. Gibbs had a nice game. And then his receivers are Brown and London, who both scored touchdowns. His tight end is Hawkinson, who didn't really do much. And his flexes Aaron Jones, who had a nice game. And so it just, it just clicked. So now he's 50 points ahead going into the second half.
Oh, wow.
And the other guy, he's Rams heavy. He's got Kyron Williams and Nakua and Kupp. And so, if the Rams score 40 points this week, then, the other guy might make a comeback. But he's got a couple other decent players too. But, if they just have their average games, he's going to be almost impossible to catch. But, he's got to replace Montgomery. So he moves Aaron Jones, to, from flex to running back. And then his, I want to say Shakir is his, the guy he moves into flex. So losing Montgomery obviously doesn't help, but the fact that he's, should be able to coast into the finals, and then we'll see what happens at that point. So, much better prospects now than I would have said a week ago. And this is the top seed that he's beating.
Oh,
here.
wow. Okay.
Yeah. So he's very happy.
Okay. All right. Your team, they're in Cabo. Okay.
Yes. In fact, I made a bunch of, I'm in the consolation bracket where I'm already losing. So I picked up a bunch of guys just for rooting interest. Like I took out Love, I put in Rodgers at quarterback, and I put in Spears at running back, and took out Achane, and I put in somebody at wide receiver. Not sure who it is, and took out Tyreek Hill. So I mean, I'm looking for a fun week this week, and but I'm like 30 points behind my guy, so I don't think I'm going to catch him. But anyway, I've got a rooting interest. That's what it's all about.
All right, recapping your primary ticket, we have Chase Brown, anytime touchdown, James Conner, anytime touchdown, Jonathan Taylor, anytime touchdown, and then all three of these quarterbacks over 1.5 passing touchdowns, Jared Goff, Aaron Rodgers, and Brock Purdy. $10 will win you $240, 24-1 odds. And then if you want to get greedy, things that you mentioned, let's see. I know we talked about some Devontae Adams, some Michael Mayer, be aware of his receptions over 1.5. Cooper Rush, touchdowns, right?
There's
McLaurin somewhere. Pitts,
Henry. We talked about Henry. 2 touchdowns. Vaki, touchdown. Spears,
right?
When he comes
Tajay
on the
Spears,
board, and Okonkwo, two guys you want to get involved with, their passing yards. There's a lot of other fun things you can play with. You could bump up some of these. I think you could easily bump up. You can go to 2.5 touchdowns with these quarterbacks with Rush. We also talked about it as one of these guys that have a big game. Purdy certainly, and have some fun with it. But if you have the, let's hit that baseline ticket and then play with the house's money.
Yeah, we'll have a Merry Christmas. Okay, Dave, no Christmas show, so we'll talk to you after that at the end of next week sometime before the new year, and we'll wind down the regular season with a couple weeks left here to play. All right, enjoy the games, Dave. Have a good Christmas, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, you too.
Yep.
Bye.
She's the one we're thinking of. That's the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Bring us another beer. She's the one we're thinking of. That's for the name of Maggie May. When we see her, what do we say? Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here. Maggie May, bring us another beer. We need another beer. Take away our troubles here.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
family owned and operated.
All right, we'll bring it back right now. What's up? This is the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. Just after 9:05 Eastern Standard Time. So what we'll do now is we will do something we started to practice. I mean, this is what this whole show is about, is building tickets, and really what we want you to do is think for yourself for the most part. But yes, if you're taking a lot of things that we're saying and you're putting them together right here for this season, then you're probably doing pretty good. So without telling you to take something, feel free to tag along and play as much as you would like. Let me make sure I got everything up here correctly. We'll do Survivor in a little bit with Nephew Dave. Once he gets in here, then we'll go through the whole slate with him as well. Let me make sure I get our right production up here. As if you are new to the show, I am the producer, technical engineer, host. I got to wrap all these hats into one, not like all these other programs that you see on TV where you have one person doing one little tiny specific job. We wear many hats around the Deep End Broadcasting Studios, and we try to bring that with you and stay in the groove as we go through production, talking everything, and bring you the best information possible, especially here on this NFL Week 16, where we hope to get another winning week. Can we get our 11th winning week, Sunday afternoon of the season? So if obviously it's hard to get a tie in football, but if you break even in gambling, then that's basically a wash. So we have 3 of those, 3 ties, 2 losses, and 10 wins. So I'm not saying we're the Kansas City Chiefs or anything like that, because some of these wins have been early in the games. But it's been a fun season nonetheless. I would love nothing more to do than on Christmas Sunday, right before Christmas, let's just really go out on a bang with everybody. We have one winning ticket on here already, and this is just an example of what we do if you're new to the show. It's on the screen. If you're only listening, that's fine. I'll go over it real quick. But this is the art of making tickets, and this is it. And if you're watching, you have a visual, go ahead and pop it on real quick and follow along. But what this is a partial bet. When I say a partial bet, this is a round robin ticket, and you see in the parentheses it says 4s, and then it says times 9 wagers. So what this means is that it's 9 different bets on this one ticket you're seeing on the screen of 4-game parlays. So any combination of the 4 is a winner. Now imagine if 2 of the losers on here were to win, then this number down at the bottom, the green number, the one that says $15,000 next to it, gets extraordinarily bigger. But the most impressive thing about these tickets is what we invest, and that's what we preach on the show, investing the minimum to make the maximum. And again, you'll see many a program out there that will crucify the style of gambling. But what happens here is, and the simple math terms of it all, and you can see it on your screen in front of you, the left side number is $9. The right side number is $15,000 and what is it, $48? Yeah, it's a little hard to see that on this little screen that I have. But $9 is the investment. The payout is $15,048. So how many times do you think you can lose that $9 in that big $15,000 payout? Well, 10 times is only 90. 100 times is only 900. 1,000 times, you're still at 9,000. I mean, you could lose 1,000 times on a $9 bet and still be up $5,000 or $6,000. This is the logical way that you bet, people. And the winning ticket is this: Devontae Adams, 2 touchdowns, check mark. Next on the list was Tyreek Hill, no play on him, he loses. Terry McLaurin, 2 touchdowns, check mark. Jaden Daniels, red X, he did not get in, 2 touchdowns, We thought he'd have a homecoming down there in New Orleans. And then the winners in the late window, Mike Evans and Josh Allen. 2 touchdowns for each of those guys. So the winner ends up being Devontae Adams, Terry McLaurin, Mike Evans, and Josh Allen. And that combination of just those 4 is the $15,000 payout. We still don't win 2 of those players. But imagine if we did. That number goes up extraordinarily huge. So what we'll do now is the art of making tickets. And go ahead and text us your plays if you want. The text hotline, 757-354-5517. That's 757-354-5517. Or you can comment on our YouTube page or to Facebook if you see that floating around anywhere as well. And we'll discuss your questions. All right, so the art of making tickets. Let's see if we can put together another winner. I'm going to go ahead and flash up Dave Del Grande's ticket. And then we'll actually go over 1 or 2 more of these. Here's another winner we had last week for a couple of grand. Simple enough, right? James Cook, 25 receiving yards. Keon Coleman, 40 receiving yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, 40 receiving yards. Sam Laporta, 40 receiving yards. It's not like you're asking the universe. All right, and what we're doing here, and this is a good explanation of it. I mean, this is the Bills and the Lions, and we just expected this to be a high-scoring game. So you naturally take 2 people on each team to get their receiving yards at a low number, especially when it's the highest game of the year. It's 90 points scored here in this football game. So these are numbers achievable fast, and I think we went ahead and hit it. I think it actually took a while, but on back-to-back plays, we got the 2 things that we needed. But James Cook was fired right off the bat. 25 receiving yards for him. He gets the ball in the flat. He's a big, hard runner. All right. So anytime you get James Cook running in the flat, because defenses are worried about Josh Allen, they're worried about the receivers, they're worried about Dalton Kincaid. This is what makes Buffalo so dangerous. 25 receive yards is just a chuck to James Cook, who is usually wide open. You get the big man running in the field, and it is all downhill. And half the time, these running backs get their receive yards on the one chunk play. I mean, they really do. It's one of the better bets, I think, that the sportsbook offers. So you always have to look at running back receive yards in every game. Keon Coleman, 40 receiving yards for him. He's the rookie for Buffalo. He's been coming on strong as of late, ever since his injury. He makes Buffalo much more dangerous. I think where Amari Cooper has become effective for Buffalo, it's to the beneficiary of guys like Coleman and Shakir, who have been able to get into the end zone and get the ball down the field. So Coleman for 40 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs, again, he's a running back who at any given time can receive you 40 yards. He can swallow that on one play. He's basically an auto play for a running back. Receiving yards, you always have to have Jahmyr Gibbs on a ticket. Receiving yards, you always have to have him for 2 touchdowns. To be honest, even when you doubt him, he gets the ball anyway. Gibbs is a guy I hopped on early last year and got great numbers on, and then I faded off of him just because a lot of times when I'm quick to the party and we end up winning good, I just try to find a spot to jump off and not, look for other fish to fry, knowing that this guy can't score 2 touchdowns every single game. Well, Montgomery counterfeits that a lot. So that's a good philosophy overall. But Gibbs, there's been no letdown in the progressions and the opportunities that he has with the football. Now with no Montgomery, you think that it goes up. But if it goes up in the passing game today too. We'll put him on a ticket somewhere when we build it here in a minute for sure. And then Sam Laporta, you always got to get the tight end back involved after injury. Goff's a smart guy. He's going to use his tight end. Laporta, you got to think, is going to get more targets just to open it up for the outside, open it up for even guys like James Cook. And when Laporta gets the ball in space, because everyone's covering all these other talented receivers on Detroit, Then Laporta's going to go for a big gain because he's a big boy. So 40 yards for him receiving on this ticket as well. The winner ended up being, I think this was $20 to win a couple grand. I think the payout was, let's see, 71 to 1. So I'm pretty sure we put on like $25 on this. So 71 to 1 odds were the James Cook 25 receiving yards, Coleman 40 receiving, Gibbs 40 receiving, Laporta 40 receiving. There you go. High scoring game. Your basic same game parlay. If you're watching a good high scoring fun game, just keep it low. Find 4 guys who can get 25, 40 for you at nice payouts. Throw the running backs in there and then get a little sneaky on the receivers. Coleman's sneaky in a way, and Laporta, although he shouldn't be, is sneaky as well because people tend to take St. Brown. Jameson Williams has been a popular name to take, et cetera. And you got to forget about Laporta coming off injury as well, that eventually he's just going to heat up. Laporta's a great shot. He has a great shot for 2 touchdowns today, as all do the Lions. I mean, who doesn't? Gibbs does. St. Brown is definitely a guy who could have a fantastic day. Now, the Bears have a little bit of secondary, so they can cover some of the better receivers. St. Brown is a bear killer, though, at the end of the day. And then, I don't know. I just think all these guys will break loose again. We'll get to that game here in a few minutes because that's something we're definitely going to have to build on. So what we'll do now is we'll build a round robin. We'll look through all of these games, and Nephew Dave will be here in about 30 minutes or so. I'll see if I can stretch this out maybe as long as that. And here's the deal, too. A lot of complaining out there. If this show has any complaints, it's this. Is that we talk about the same thing too much, is what they'll say. But that is actually not the case. You have to talk about everything when you're doing what we're doing. Hence the $9 to win $15,000 ticket on the page and the flashing now 25 to win 2,000 ticket. You have to do this research and go through these numbers and comb through things. So patience, a virtue, people. All right. Cleveland and the Bengals. And this is a game where we just want Bengals. That's all we want. We want Bengals. We don't want any Browns. We have Dorian Thompson-Robinson as the quarterback here. His baseline is 191.5 passing. We cannot do that. Burrow's 272.5, but how much will he need to pass if they're just running the ball and running the clock at the end? You got to like Dave Del Grande's thoughts about Chase Brown being the breadwinner today you got to think that Chase Brown is going to be the breadwinner. I mean, you just have to, at least in the second half here, as they try to kind of run out the clock, coast home, don't get everybody hurt. We can't get Jamar Chase, twisting his knee down the field, running after a bomb or whatever. So you would like to think that the Bengals, if they can get out to a 21-0 lead, they'll start to coast home a little bit. And not that they want to call off the dogs, because I think they would play hard to the end. This team has a legit chance to get in the playoffs, and it would be a great, great backdoor story if they can beat out Denver, who they still have on their schedule left to play. Denver has Kansas City as well. So they have their hands full trying to fend off the Bengals. So we will look at Chase Brown receiving yards first, though, since we always have to have a receiver in there. He's at 27.5. So if we want to get paid on Chase Brown receiving yards, we got to go to 40 yards. And he's just at a plus 205. I'm going to mark him to the side for a minute. I'm not going to necessarily put him on the primary ticket yet. We want to try to get a little beefier number than plus 205. We want plus 490s, plus even 305s. Now, don't get me wrong. Go for the 205 if you want. But let's just see if there's bigger fish to fry on this ticket. Joe Burrow rushing yards is at 8.5. If he gets to 25 rushing yards, Joe Burrow, he is at plus 570. That's an interesting one that we need to take a look at because you do have Myles Garrett, you do have a little bit of Cleveland defense, and you do have okay coverage down the field. So if you have Burrow, who's run the ball before, he is a sneaky runner. It's just hit or miss because he is a flash touchdown passer as well. But if he's eluding pressure, and I get it, maybe Chase Brown running reps take away from these opportunities. But if Burrow scrambles, 25 yards is an interesting number at plus 570. So we'll go ahead and mark him. Let's just mark him on a ticket for now of sneaky stuff to happen. Maybe that's what we'll call this ticket. And Joe Burrow at 25 plus yards is at plus 570. Now, I just said something interesting. I said, sneaky stuff to happen. Yes, that's Joe Burrow at 25 yards. So what you want to do here is maybe align this with sneaky other stuff to happen to keep the payouts big and get a nice minimal investment here. Now, we have other tickets and thought process like what Dave Del Grande said. I mean, he likes some real good receivers. So we'll plug in their numbers at the end, and we'll do a straight receiver prop because he has the Harrison yards, the McLaurin yards, the Pitts yards. Maybe we can throw some Bijan in there or something like that. But we'll do that next with a strictly kind of receiver play, just looking at that. But for the sake of just the sneaky stuff to happen, we'll go ahead and throw Burrow 25 yards at plus 570. Burrow rushing yards. Now, you're probably out there saying, hey, man, that ain't going to happen. He ain't going to run for 25 yards. Let me refer you back to the tickets on the screen that are showing winners, okay? So be well aware of that. In fact, let me throw up Dave Del Grande's ticket. This is his primary ticket. That's on the screen now. And that is, actually, that's a 2-touchdown scorer ticket. Here it is. That is a 1 touchdown each. Chase Brown, Connor, and Taylor, Jonathan Taylor, who are all favorites. They're in the minus numbers to get a touchdown. And then just 3 quarterbacks to throw for 2 touchdowns. Goff, Rodgers, and Purdy. So this is a conservative type ticket. And this one pays pretty good. This is 24-1. So if you throw down $25 on this conservative type of play here, you're going to get $600 or so, right? A little bit more. You'll get, 48-1 and then 60-1. Yeah, $600. That was good math right off the bat. So you'll get about $600 off $25. I mean, you're going to, for a Christmas holiday, and you want a little extra Christmas cash, this is worth a $25 bet. This really, really is. This is well thought out Dave Del Grande stuff, and this could pay for your Christmas here on a simple $25 if you're a modest, taking a light type of gambler out there. But again, look at the screen if you can see it. James Brown, if you're driving, don't look at it. I'll say it pretty easily. You'll be able to remember or rewind to the 2-hour and 20-minute mark of this program to recapture this moment. But Chase Brown is anytime touchdown. James Conner, anytime touchdown. Jonathan Taylor, anytime touchdown. Just 1 touchdown. That's it. Brown, Conner, and Taylor. And then these 3 quarterbacks to have 2 touchdown passes. All right. Goff, Jared Goff. He's on the Lions. If you don't know that, Aaron Rodgers on the Jets. Brock Purdy on the 49ers. Obviously, Taylor's on the Colts. Connor's on the Cardinals. Chase Brown is on the Bengals. That's for all you remedial first-time people who are really trying to put your $25 to work for you on this Christmas morning to pay for Christmas. So it's as simple as it gets, Dave Del Grande style. James Brown, James Conner, Chase Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Goff, Rodgers, Purdy, 2 touchdowns. 25 gets you $600. Merry Christmas. There you go. All right, back to the art of our building ticket here. And I'll leave the Del Grande ticket up there for you guys to get a view of. All right, this is a sneaky play, sneaky things to happen type of play. And we're going to grab out of the Bengals game Joe Burrow, 25 rushing yards at plus 570. All right, next game. Let's look at the Panthers and the Cardinals game. This is the art of building a ticket here on the Round Robin. I am Stephen Murray. So we talked about Connor being able to score. We talked about Harrison probably having a good day. We talked about McBride having a good day potentially as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at another quarterback rusher here. And we're talking about a man who's been rushing more, and that is Bryce Young. So his rushing props are probably decent, 15.5 for him. Kyler Murray's at 26.5. Let's see. Bryce Young alternate on his rushing yards. 25 yards is at plus 225. He's capable. Let's take a look at his passing game. Because the sneaky stuff that happens is going to be on Carolina's part today. I think the obvious stuff that happens is McBride, Harrison, and Connor. So what are the sneaky things that happen? Carolina keeping this close. Yeah, Bryce Young's 209.5 passing yards. Let's see. What is he for 3 touchdowns? He's plus 630 for 3 touchdown passes. Chuba's a little banged up as well. Could this be a shootout at a nice, balmy, quarter full stadium down in Charlotte against the Cardinals, who will probably try to put up some points themselves here? Could this turn into a little bit of a shootout that we're not even thinking about? That's an interesting angle, really, to think to consider. How many people out there are really thinking about betting? Excuse me, the Arizona Cardinals and the Carolina Panthers over? To me, not many. It hasn't even crossed my mind. But can Bryce Young get off today? And I've used him before to no success when I've been trying to give him a chance in these kinds of scenarios. He's still trying to play to be the starter and not have Carolina draft a quarterback. Let's just throw him in this ticket with Burrow. It's not like we're going to invest a lot here, but would it shock you at the end of the day if Bryce Young didn't just have 3 touchdowns passing? A couple to Thielen maybe. Another one out of the backfield to the running back. Let's just take a shot at it. Bryce Young, 3 touchdown passes is at plus 630. And now what we've done is we've turned Joe Burrow 25 rushing yards and Bryce Young with 3 touchdown passes on a sneaky things to happen ticket. And we will go ahead and load in a small wager on just those 2 guys. $5 pays $239. I'll reuse these selections. Let's add to it. So a simple $5 bill to win $239 just on those 2 things. Burrow, 25 rush yards. Bryce Young, 3 touchdown passes. Okay. Sneaky things to happen is the theme of this ticket. Eagles and Commanders, and this is a game that could have points. So let's look at this one. Who is a touchdown scorer that is a sneaky thing to happen? Anything? Let's kind of go down there first. Because I don't think Barkley receiving yards, Brian Robinson receiving yards is a very, very sneaky thing to happen here against the Philly defense. So let's see here. Anyone at the bottom of this touchdown list? Hey, we have Jahan Dotson, 11-1 for a touchdown in DC. That is as sneaky as it gets, to be honest. And targeted a little bit more with the A.J. Brown injury and stuff. Wow, Jahan Dotson finally getting involved here for a touchdown in a revenge game scenario. let's leave it on there because I just can't get past the revenge game scenario. Obviously, Dotson has played with them before with the Commanders. Let's take a look at the receiving props of this game as well. Brian Robinson Jr. is at just 11.5. We got to take him as a 25-yard receiver at plus 320. We have to throw him on this list as well because this can't happen. And what was happening here on this round robin is we're taking two different guys on the same game. So essentially what this is going to do is when we need to win, three of these, we can't have Dotson and Robinson together. That's why we we'll play these guys separately by themselves, these two in a little group. Because the math of the round robin makes it weird. So, for example, Dotson will be in the 3-game parlay with Burrows 25 yards, Bryce Young 3 passing touchdowns, and then Robinson Jr.'s receiving yards won't be in it. But we'll have another ticket with Robinson Jr. without Dotson. So it's one or the other in the same game is what I'm trying to say. But Brian Robinson, 25 receive yards plus 320, slam dunk on a sneaky things to happen type of ticket. All right. Do we want to take anything in this Atlanta Giants game? And obviously the sneaky thing to me would be that the Falcons actually do something. And Penix has a good game. So let's look at Michael Penix, for example. He's at 220.5 yards passing. And he is at only plus 360 for 3 touchdowns. I feel like they're kind of expecting that to happen. That's a low number for Michael Penix Jr. for 3 passing touchdowns. That actually has me in shock a little bit at plus 360. That's why we'll take it. Because it's kind of like this number should be plus 450, plus 500, if not more, because he's a rookie. It's his first game. They do not do well in this kind of scenario, but let's throw him in there. Sneaky, weird stuff that happened. Michael Penix Jr., 3 touchdown passes at plus 360. Maybe we'll kick him to the curb in a minute if this ticket gets too out of hand. We'll consider him for now. In fact, what we'll do, let's just do a smaller round robin with all these guys. Just so we have him involved in case we kick him to the curb later. Yeah, $5 to win $8,000 right now if we round robin just these guys. Burrow, 25 yards passing. Bryce Young, 3 touchdown passes. A Jahan Dotson revenge touchdown. Brian Robinson, 25 receiving yards. Penix Jr., 3 touchdown passes. These are all sneaky things to happen on a themed ticket. The art of making tickets here on the round robin, if you're just tuning in. All right, so anything on this Colts-Titans game? Because lo and behold, there could be some sneaky stuff here as well. Where's our man Nick Westbrook-Akine for a touchdown? This is not sneaky. I mean, this is something that could definitely happen because he's been on fire. Let's get him back into the mix against the bad Colts defense of backfield. So that's Nick Westbrook-Akine for a touchdown, plus 380. He goes on this sneaky things to happen ticket, although I'm not so sure he's sneaky at this point. I want to do the receiving props on this. We'll use Tajay Spears later, but I do see Tony Pollard on the receiver list, and I don't see Spears. So that's interesting. Nick Westbrook-Akine is only plus 152 for 40 yards receiving. The touchdown is the better price. I mean, it's a touchdown, or you need to, at plus 360, get 60 yards or more. He's going to get the touchdown before he gets 60 yards or more. So Westbrook-Akine, better number on the touchdown on this ticket. Now down to plus 380 because all of you guys are out there listening to this program and moving the lines as we speak. We do have some soccer underway this morning. Got to take a side step from that to check some soccer scores because we do have one ticket going there. And I don't even know if I want to bring it up. Chelsea's going to be the one to let us down, aren't they, at the end of the day? We have Chelsea for 2.5 goals, They have 0 at the 34-minute mark. We have Fulham to beat Southampton, just straight up on the money line, but they're scoreless at the 34th minute. Bournemouth is on top of Man United 1-0. And the Wolves 1-0 over Leicester. And we do have the Wolves over 1.5 goals. We'd like to see a Chelsea goal or 2 or 3. Preferably be 3, but preferably sooner than later. And a Fulham goal, and we're in good shape for the morning Sunday soccer session. All right, back to the NFL. Let's see if we can build on our ticket a little bit more. See who else we can come up with. We have this Lions-Bears game, which we have to have something here, if not 2 things. We already have 2 things on this Eagles game. We should have 2 things here. Should we put in Dave Del Grande's guy? Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should put in Sion Vaki at 10-1. Actually 16-1 now for a touchdown on a sneaky things to happen type of ticket. So let's go ahead and do that. Good morning, Nephew Dave. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
I'm just doing the art of making a ticket. Feel free to take your time. I'm playing around here. Sion Vaki is 16-1 for a touchdown. What is the more sneaky thing than a long shot thing? That's more of a long shot, not sneaky. But I guess that still classifies in itself the same type of deal. Let's see, receiving prop wise. Any low guys we want to get here? Yeah. Too many receivers there. You know what? Let's go ahead and leave him on there. Let's leave Sion Vaki 16-1 for a touchdown. He is the backup running back for Detroit, or one of them. Craig Reynolds is there too. But Vaki could get some action to tone it down there for Mr. Gibbs as the Lions try not to run him into the ground. So Sion Vaki on this ticket. And then what else do we have? Oh, another fun game here with the Jets and the Rams. We'll add one more thing to this ticket as well, and then that should do it. Although I want to kind of throw a sneaky Drake May on there because he's going to have a sneaky day. So we'll throw a Drake May on this thing as well. But what is a sneaky thing in this game with the Rams and the Jets? I'll tell you what's sneaky and obvious at the same time, and not so sneaky, is a Demarcus Robinson touchdown at 4-1 odds. 4-1 for Demarcus Robinson to get 1 touchdown today. You can sign me up on this. I mean, that's as likely to happen as anything on this list so far. So we'll add Robinson to this. And let's see. Did we delete someone here? What are we missing here? All right, stand by here. Yeah, I feel like our ticket is dwindled. And the Wolves get their second goal. So there you go. We're good on that. Over 1.5 goals for the Wolves. All right, so I still have on Burrow, 25 receiving yards. I have Bryce Young. I have Vaki and Robinson. So I'm missing Dotson, the other Robinson Jr., and I'm missing Penix. How did that happen? Okay. So let me get back here. Let me add those again. Live ticket making on the radio. Very enthralling stuff. So receiving yards, Robinson Jr., 25. And then a touchdown by Dotson is I'll tell you what, you're going to have a good Christmas if this kind of wacky stuff kind of happens today. But it's not so wacky. It's just sneaky things to happen is the theme of this ticket here. All right, and then passing prop-wise with Penix. Just taking a shot, people. You never know. Now, plus 360. I'll ask Nephew Dave that when he comes in the studio. Is that why is it so low? The Michael Penix Jr. 3 touchdown passes plus 360. That should be almost double that. The fact that it is so low kind of makes you think it might actually happen. So that's the reasoning here. All right, nice long ticket here with these 7 guys. And we got to throw Mac Jones in it. But what we have so far, Penix Jr., 3 touchdown passes, a DeMarcus Robinson touchdown, a Sion Vaki, Detroit Lions backup running back touchdown, 3 Bryce Young touchdown passes, Joe Burrow, 25 rush yards, Jahan Dotson, a anytime touchdown in a revenge game scenario, and a Brian Robinson Jr., 25 alternate receiving yards, as the Philly defense will put some pressure on, and they'll have Robinson Jr. out in the flats ready to make things happen for those 25 yards. All right, let's fast forward to this Patriot game. We said we want to take Drake May. Drake May in garbage time is going to be on fire here today. So let's go ahead and cue him up. He's 204.5 for his passing yards. If we bump him up to 275 passing yards, that's plus 410. 300 yards is plus 750. I mean, we got to go for the gold on some of this. 3 passing touchdowns for Drake May is 9-1. That's going to be the play. Because I think Hunter Henry can score twice today, which means May just finds another receiver in the end zone. He's going to have some garbage time here and plenty of opportunity. So let's throw Drake May 3 touchdown passes into this long ticket as well. Now, the thing about this ticket is we have a lot of different things happening on here. And if we have a 10-cent bet for all this to happen, that's actually, I'm amazed we can actually make this bet. Usually it's too high. In fact, I'll pump it up to the maximum they'll allow, which is just 12 cents. So 12 cents to win $981,000 on these 8 things to happen, which isn't the craziest thing in the world to happen, to be honest. All very doable to me. So 12 cents to win $981,000. We'll start there. The 7 leg parlays. Let's see here. Can I put 50 cents on each of these? Nope. Probably 25 cents, right? Maybe a little more. Let's see. 33 cents. 34 cents. See, that's what happens when we get greedy. All right, 33 cents total. Well, it's actually 66 cents total. And that now what we have is we have 2 different 7-team parlays. So this is where I explained how now it's 1 ticket with Dotson, 1 ticket with Robinson Jr. So Dotson and Robinson Jr. do not count in these numbers. 2 different tickets from here on out. So figure when we get to the 4s, it's the same thing. Dotson's on 1 ticket, Robinson Jr.'s on the other ticket. All right. If we want to get to the 6-game parlays, so there's 13 different 6-game parlays. Let's just put in, excuse me, 25 cents each. Now our ticket is now up to $404.03. And the payout is $688,915 on the 6-game parlays. So we're actually allowed to miss a couple of things here. And still get a huge, huge payout. So we're up to over $2.5 million on this sneaky things that happen ticket. Oh, man. All right, the 5-game parlays. We have 36 different bets totaling $266,000. So that's about $8,000 a bet here is what we're looking at. $7,500 if 5 of these can happen. Plus you'll win the 4s and the 3s. So even a bigger payout. We'll leave this at 25 cents because this thing's starting to get a little pricey. It's now a $13 bet. And our total payout is almost $3 million. Wow, this is exciting. Now, it's 55 different 4-game parlays. So how do we approach this? 10 cents alone is $5.50 if we're trying to keep the price down. And now if we only hit 4 at 10 cents a wager, we're only going to get about $400, which isn't the worst thing in the world, but we want a little bit more than that. So we got to beef this up to at least double that. and we're just got to pay a little bit of money on this ticket. We'll even go higher than that. We'll stick it at 25 cents. Yeah, that's it. We'll get 1,000 if 4 of these guys hit. Plus, we'll hit some threes. And now our ticket cost is up to $26.78. And now here we go. We have 50 different plays of 3-game parlays. So how much money do we really want to spend on this thing? If we do 50 cents, we're now putting in a $51.78 bet. But if we can get 3 of these things to hit, we have 50 different plays going into $13,000. So that is $250 each. So that is 50 cents to win $13,156. 250 each. You almost want to put a little bit more on it just to get into the $300 range. So what 55 is a little bit better. Let's just do 65 cents and see what that does. Well, in essence, we have a $60 bet, which is fine. We're close to that anyway. Let's see, 66 cents is even better. That takes us right up to $60. And now our 3-game parlays, we have 50 of them that pay out $17,000 total. So that is going to be about $350, $325 or so on the average if we get 3 of these. So that's still a good little win, couple $100 win. All right, so the sneaky things to happen ticket. Joe Burrow, 25 yards rushing, which has gone down, people. You guys are betting these things before I can bet it. I don't think that's fair. Bryce Young, 3+ touchdown passes. Stone Vaki, anytime touchdown scorer. Nephew Dave sat in here. He probably thinks I'm a lunatic for reading this kind of stuff off on the air. Demarcus Robinson, anytime touchdown. Brian Robinson Jr., 25 yards receiving. Jahan Dotson, anytime touchdown. Michael Penix Jr., 3 passing touchdowns. And Drake May, 3 passing touchdowns. Nephew Dave, good morning.
Morning, sir.
What do you think of all that nonsense?
Well, it sounds like madness has begun already this morning. I love it. I'm here for it.
All right. Let's bring you in here, actually. Present the extra camera. And there we go. We have Nephew Dave popped up.
Hey, and remember how I was having trouble with the location? Now I pull it up here, and I'm good to go on the sportsbook. So funny how that works.
Probably getting used to it. They probably dialed into a tower. I bet you when you go home next time, it's going to work.
Right.
All right. Let's see here. All right. What's your reaction to the games yesterday, Dave?
Well, good football in the NFL, I thought. Those were some entertaining games. College football playoffs, a little underwhelming to start, so hopefully the next round's a little bit better. I think they're going to have some talks about the teams that they let in. SMU looked like they didn't belong. Indiana struggled mightily as well, even though they only had a 10-point loss. I thought, it was a great day to ride the couch and get some things done around the house.
Oh, yeah, that's glorious.
Football in the background all day long. It was great, and we had some, we had some good tickets going, a couple close calls, but definitely good football action, especially in the NFL, I thought.
All right. Let's see here. You guys have a huge game today.
Huge game.
What's the state of the art of your Washington Commanders? They hold off a 2-point conversion. A game in which you didn't blow the lead, but you could have lost at the end there.
Right. That would have been devastating.
Yeah. So what's your psyche going into today, the Commander fan base?
I think it has to be, kind of the same as it's been the last couple of weeks. They know where they're at. This is a game you got to come out angry again. You got to come out mad, and you got to take it to your divisional opponent who sits on top of the division. So I think all things are still pretty good, Steve. I think there are some clinching scenarios should they win this game today. But the first order of business is just to take care of business at home today against Philly. Maybe try to avenge that loss by 8 points last time around. The moral of the story, Steve, is pretty straight center. Just come out and take care of business and let the other chips fall where they may. So, again, if they win here, I think things are looking very good playoff-wise. And should they lose, it's going to come down to the last 2 games, and that's going to make that Atlanta game Sunday night even more important. So we'll see what happens today, Steve. But, again, let's just take care of business and roll on.
Eagles coming into town. Plenty of green will be at the old FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium, the name of that facility, this afternoon. All right, Dave, before we get to Survivor, I do have a list of some receivers here. When we go over the games together, I want to add to this receiver list of just yardage. And we'll build that ticket at the end for everybody. Just your wide receivers that could get some fantastic yardage today. We'll group those together in one ticket. So I do have noted, and this is from Del Grande, Michael Pitts, McLaurin, and Marvin Harrison Jr. We'll have to have those 3 guys in there, and then we'll throw in 3 more as we go along or so. Well, we'll have a good consideration list, and we'll play it real quick at the end and see what we come up with. All right, you got your list of Survivor games?
I do.
And the latest point spreads on your end. Let's see what your books are telling you point spread wise. All right, what do we got? Survivor pick and refreshed lines, or lines that are floating around out there as of now.
All right, let's kick it off. We'll start with Detroit going to Chicago to take on the Bears. -7 for Detroit right now. Your over-under is 48. And I think that's probably the play of the day, Detroit, for Survivor. If you have them, I couldn't imagine.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, I don't think anyone has them. Pass on Survivor.
All right. Philly versus Washington. This one in Washington, -4 for the Eagles. Your over-under is 46.5.
Pass on Survivor.
All right. Here's maybe a good spot. Cleveland is traveling to Cincinnati, take on the Bengals. -9.5 for the Bengals. Your over-under is 46.5. Steve, I like the Bengals in this spot.
If you've avoided using the Bengals, if you use the Bengals, you're already eliminated probably because they've lost you most of the time.
Right.
You would have used them. But if you still have them floating around, this would be the spot.
All right. The Rams taking on the Jets. This one in New York. -3 for the Rams. You would think that would be a little bit higher. Over-under is 47. Steve, I like the Rams in this spot.
Pass for me on Survivor.
Okay. The Giants taking on the Falcons. This one in Atlanta. -9.5 is your spread for the Falcons. Over-under is 43.
Pass.
All right. Cardinals taking on the Panthers. This one in Carolina. -5 for the Cardinals. Over-under 47.
Pass.
All right. Tennessee taking on the Colts. This one in Indy. -3.5 for the Colts. Your over-under is 42.5.
Pass.
All right. Minnesota taking on Seattle.
This is a hard Survivor day.
It really is.
Easy pickings here. Pass on that game.
4:05, Minnesota versus Seattle. No. This one in Seattle.
Yeah, pass. Already said it.
All right.
Literally past that. That's a hard game.
The Patriots taking on the Bills. This one in Buffalo. -14 for the Bills. Over-under is 46.5.
You can't imagine anyone has the Bills left. But you know what? I bet you some people have saved them from the Patriots.
Right.
If you did, good job. Use them today.
All right, the Niners taking on the Dolphins. This one in Miami. -2 for the Niners. Over-under 44.5.
Pass.
Jacksonville taking on the Raiders. This one in Las Vegas. -2.5 is your spread for the Raiders. Over-under is 41.
Honestly, if you want to win Survivor Pool today, and maybe this is it's going to be interesting to see who people take, to be honest. I think you can take Jacksonville.
I think it is Jacksonville.
I kind of like Jacksonville in this game for some weird reason. Maybe it's my Mac Jones, the Brian Thomas Jr. connection. But Jacksonville is a sneaky type of Survivor play today. against a Raiders team that, I don't know, I think people still continue to – I think their Chiefs' performance tends to make people think they're still a little bit better than what they are.
Right.
I don't know, man. It's not like Jacksonville's great, but I think Jacksonville's probably better than the Raiders.
Close call, man. That is the Stink Bowl if I've ever seen one.
Right, that's a bad one.
All right, the night game, Tampa taking on Dallas. This one in Dallas, it's -4.5 for the Buccaneers. Your over-under is 48.5.
I don't think people have Tampa Bay left, but if you do, there you go.
I think so. All right, and then the Monday night game, should you want to play that one, is the Saints taking on the Packers. That one in Green Bay, -14 for the Packers. Your over-under is 42.
People may have been saving Green Bay for this kind of scenario. People tend to use them for later in the season.
Right.
And don't even think about them because they'll know they'll get some good home games in the weather. This is a great opportunity for Green Bay, although people probably maybe have used them on Thanksgiving against Miami or whatever. If you really held out and didn't use them, this is the time. You're not going to use the Packers the rest of the way.
No.
You got to use Green Bay here in this scenario. So it's Green Bay or Cincinnati for my two best ones, and then Jacksonville would be the third. What do you got?
So I like the Bengals for whatever reason. Probably the quarterback, maybe not issue, but the change there in Cleveland. I do believe it's Dorian Thompson or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes for them. But I like the Bengals in this spot. And then I would also choose the Rams.
All right. Let's see here. Let's get to the games. And I'm going to clear my ticket because now we'll do touchdown madness as we go along here.
Touchdown madness.
And this is kind of your long shot, 2 touchdown scorers now. So we did a sneaky things to play ticket. And again, I'll say it right now because I'm not going to have time to produce it and put it on the screen. If you need to rewind to the program, it's right at the 2-hour, 54-minute mark. Okay, 2 hours and 54 minutes. This is what the sneaky things to play ticket is. I'll read it one more time before I delete it. And I'll give the reasoning. And this is from the Art of Making Tickets as we look to fill some time. Del Grande was just faster because we had him for yesterday too. Right, Dave? So
right.
I wasn't going to rush you into the studio. Jahan Dotson, anytime touchdown scorer in a revenge type of angle, which you could see that today, right?
Yeah, yep.
Brian Robinson Jr., 25 receive yards. You could see that, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Joe Burrow, 25 rushing yards. You could see that, right?
Anything's possible.
Now it gets harder. Bryce Young, 3 passing touchdowns.
Oh man.
The Patriots moved the ball on the Cardinals decently last week.
Yeah, no. I think Carolina has a chance to put up some points today.
Yeah, okay. Michael Penix, 3 touchdown passes.
Yes. I think so. Tough ask for a rookie, but you're going against New York, and that's probably why I heard you talking about that with the number, and that's probably why it is because he gets, such a soft spot in his first start.
Nick Westbrook-Akine, touchdown.
Oh, have to.
Simone Vaki, who plays for the Lions, backup running back, touchdown.
Yeah, why not?
And then Drake May, 3 touchdown passes.
I've heard a case.
Time against New England.
I've heard a case for points there in that game. For whatever reason, there are some believers in Drake May actually having a nice day today.
Okay, so rewind to the 24-minute mark. Click your round robin when you bet all this stuff because you want to hit 3 or 4 of these because 3 is a nice payout, $350. If you get 4, you're going to get a couple grand plus. And then if you get into the 5s, you're really going to have nice Christmas. All right, so 5 of those 8 things happen. You're in good shape. All right, let's build touchdown madness as we go along. And this is kind of our long shot touchdown scores, but we'll throw a ringer or 2 into the mix as well. My first game is the Browns and the Bengals, 9.5, 46.5. So line movement towards the Bengals. Dave, you just said Dorian Thompson-Robinson. We'll see what he has. I think I can tell you what he has.
I think we kind of know what he has.
Yeah. So
yeah,
there you go. So this could get ugly. this could get ugly. On
Lay it down and smack 'em, yak 'em.
on behalf of the Bengals here, as they spank the Cleveland Browns at home as they were trying to get a playoff spot themselves. I think it's as simple as that. They need to stay alive. They need to thump Cleveland. Not that just because it's a must win doesn't mean that you will win, as they say. But outclassed at home, it's people. Listen to me. It's Joe Burrow against Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
Right.
What side do you want to be on and win by 2 touchdowns or so? It's the Bengals. In fact, they can cover all lines in this scenario, I believe. I think Chase Brown has a great game on the ground. I would look at the Bengals all line more than anything here. And again, another good lesson. Why tie yourselves to players who can get hurt? We saw it yesterday. I mean, I had Tank Dell for 2 touchdowns on the ticket.
Yeah,
he gets a touchdown. There you go. Blows out his knee. We saw Justice Hill. Right? Did he get his rushing yards?
Oh man, he needed 25 and he got 30, and it was on that run that he got it when he got hurt.
Right? Okay. So, but if you had alternate 40, you're done.
Oh, you're done. Yep.
So teams won't kill you like that at the end of the day. Thus, a reason to take it. At minus 12.5, you're getting plus 128 on the Bengals. That's a nice number. But the Bengals should be able to win this game 41-13 or 14 or something like that. Minus 18.5 is plus 265. Minus 19.5 is plus 290. If you want to do the Bengals total points themselves, yes. Do they call off the dogs at some point? Probably. The Bengals basic line team point number 28.5. The Browns is 18.5. I would say that's an under. I don't see how the Browns get 18.5 points today. I just don't.
Yeah, if they had a different quarterback in, because this defense from Cincinnati does not excite you at all.
I'm starting them in fantasy, to be honest. That's scary.
Well, if it was
my playoff game,
if it was Jameis, I would be a little worried about that. I mean, but it's Dorian Thompson, so you might get away with that one.
I haven't played anyone in my fantasy yet. I'm down 27-0. Derrick Henry got 20 yards. He didn't score. That's the only saving grace on yesterday, but he did get 20 points running the ball.
Right.
At 162 yards, Derrick Henry yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The Bengals points over 30. See, this is a number I can get down with. Over 34.5 is at plus 265. I'd rather take that minus 19.5 or 18.5. And then if the Bengals can get to 38 points, that's at plus 420. The passing numbers in this game. Our man Allah in New Haven, Connecticut likes T. Higgins for a touchdown today. Burrow's 272.5. I just think they're going to run the ball. There's going to be a good 50-50 split of run pass at least. DTR is at 191.5. The Burrow passing touchdowns 2 is minus 290. I think it's just going to be too expensive.
Yeah.
300 yards for Burrow is plus 168. Again, I think they just run the ball a little bit more. DTR touchdowns. Probably just better fish to fry at the end of the day. DTR for 2 touchdowns is plus 250. 3 touchdowns is plus 1060. That shows you the difference between him and Penix. Penix is plus 360 for 3. DTR is plus 1060. They probably played against each other in college at some point.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Rushing, 75.5 is Chase Brown. As crazy as that sounds, I kind of like that over. Jerome Ford, 51.5. There's Burrow, 8.5. We played him on the sneaky ticket. Thompson Robinson, 30.5. So they'll expect him to run. Chase Brown, plus 240 for 100 yards. And then receiving prop-wise in this game, Chase is at 88.5. T. Higgins, 68.5. Judy, 60.5. Chase Brown, 26.5. Ford, 15.5. Isis, 24.5. Gesicki, 27.5. Elijah Moore, 35.5. Michael was the second, 19.5. No David Njoku, it looks like, for Cleveland either. And no Tillman. I mean, what do they have to work with today?
Right.
I would say under 18.5 Cleveland Brown points. That's a good pick, too. All right, Dave, I think I know where you're going, but go ahead and finish your thoughts on why the Bengals will smash the Browns, probably.
Oh, I mean, it's a personnel matchup at this point. Interesting enough, the average for Dorian Thompson on his rushing yards is 15. He's actually for 25 plus at a minus 170, which makes you think he may take off a couple times. 40 plus is at plus 160. Burrow 11.3 on the average. So that's pretty close if you want to take that 25 and that ticket that you built, Steve. 5-1 is what I have that. So, I mean, he at least gets, close to it, you would say. So you just need him to do a couple more things. But, give me the Bengals in a route here. You could probably go really any which way with it. I do like the T. Higgins, as the viewer chimed in and said, I like that too. So, I mean, you have a bunch of options here. Chase Brown for 2 would be a ringer, but even at that price, I think we want to bump that up a little bit. I will say this, if Dorian Thompson can find any bit of success, I think it has to go to Jerry Jeudy, plus 205 anytime, and 17-1 for 2, Steve.
Chase Brown, anytime touchdowns, minus 160. Jamar Chase, minus 155. T. Higgins, plus 120. Jerome Ford, plus 130. Jeudy, plus 250. Isis, plus 270. There's David Njoku, plus 310. I just don't have him on the yard mark. Don't be surprised if he's scratched. Jordan Akins, plus 310. DTR, plus 330. Gesicki, plus 340. Elijah Moore, plus 360. Burrow, plus 480. If I'm going to take him for the rushes, he's live for a touchdown. For sure. Let's see. 2 touchdown scores today. Sign me up for Chase Brown for 2 at plus 360. He'll be on the 2 touchdown ticket for sure. Jamar Chase, 4-1. Higgins, plus 850. Jerome Ford, plus 850. Jeudy, 23-1. Isis, 25-1. DTR, 32-1. And Njoku, 35-1. Atkins, 35-1. Gesicki, 36-1. Elijah Moore, 40-1. Burrow, 65-1. The Cincy defense, interesting, in case DTR does have a bad day, for a touchdown might be something to take a look at for a score. But to me, Dave, I mean, give me Chase Brown on the 2 touchdowns. Give me a Bengals alternate team point over 34.5. They'll get to 35 one way or the other. I'm not sure if they're going to run this thing to death on the ground or not against this Browns team. Here's the thing. Jamar Chase just cannot be covered. Even Denzel Ward might have his hands full with them. I guess you have to put Chase for 1 touchdown, Jamar, at least on 1 ticket somewhere for a single touchdown. But I'll just lean on the Bengals to cover, Dave, and I'll stick with that Chase Brown stuff for me.
Makes sense.
All right, Arizona and the Panthers. Arizona minus 4.5, 46.5. So you think we can have some points here. Go ahead and talk more about that.
All right, let me pull this one up. We're in the Cardinals, right?
Yep.
All right. Steve, I just like the way the Panthers at least give you the effort week in and week out. You could argue that maybe even they're a little bit better than their record says if they just had a couple more pieces. Again, they just play hard. You got Chuba Hubbard minus 155 anytime. I took that somewhere. Plus 380 for 2. Connors plus 310 for 2. And I would look for some Trey McBride. And I know we've said it, and nothing ever happens. But Kyler did say that, his boy McBride is going to get in.
He came out in the media and told you that he's going to get in, exactly.
He's going to work him in. And so I think at plus 115 anytime and 8-1 for 2. I think is at least worth a shot. He's going to come alive at some point. So that's somewhere I would heavily gravitate to is Trey McBride. At least take, for some passing yards, receiving yards, I should say. But Steve, I think there's a plethora of props in this one that we could go with. And maybe we can even move this total up a little bit to somewhere around 50 or so.
The last thing you want to be doing at the end of the day is kicking yourself, saying, why did I not take Trey McBride in this game? So I agree with you with that. The passing numbers, Kyler Murray is 223.5, Bryce Young 209.5. That's kind of a low number for Young. Like I said, we have him for the touchdowns, but if you want to try to grab some yards, especially if Chuba's a little banged up here, is Chuba even in this game? Let me see here.
He is listed.
Yeah, but I think he is banged up a little bit here. So you got to be a little careful with that, I think. Bryce Young 209.5, maybe too low in that regard. So you got to think about that. The receiving prop numbers, Connor's 20.5. He always goes over his receiver number. I mentioned earlier in the show, if you're listening, Gibbs is someone you have to play on an auto play for his receiving yards. Connor's the same thing. He is an auto play every game. You have at least to take him at his baseline 20.5. If you take John Connor at 25 yards or more, 128, 40 yards or more is plus 370. So you're getting a big number on John Connor receiving yards as well. Thielen could be the beneficiary of the day for the Panthers. 80 plus yards for him, plus 186. 100 yards or more is at plus 410 for Thielen. So beware of him on the Panthers side. And I think Leggett's hurt too, right?
Yeah, I'm actually looking up the report here.
Anytime touchdown, Jonathan Connor minus 185, Chuba minus 135, Trey McBride plus 115 or plus 120, Marvin Harrison Jr. plus 165, Thielen plus 210, Jalen Coker plus 260, Murray is at plus 270, DJ Dallas, backup running back, plus 330, David Moore plus 340. Connor's going to get to work. Michael Wilson plus 410, Dortch 6-1, Trimble 6-1 becomes interesting because of the lack of Leggett, if that's the case today.
Yes, Leggett is out. Chuba Hubbard is in full participant in practice.
All right. Jatavian Sanders plus 750. And then there's just a bunch of guys like there's a Zay Jones at the bottom, 16-1. Zach Pascal, 43-1 for the Cardinals. Trimble, 6-1 becomes interesting, actually. That's Anthony's boy.
Yep.
So we'll have to throw Trimble on there at some point. In fact, I have not started Touchdown Madness yet. And you couldn't get any madder than a Tommy Trimble 2-touchdown afternoon. I'll tell you that right now. So let's see. For 2 touchdowns.
I have him at oh wow, that's a big number.
In this game. Connor's plus 310, Chuba's plus 490, McBride plus 850. What do you have him at?
60-1.
I see 85-1. Harrison Jr. 13-1, Thielen 20-1, Coker 25-1, Murray 27-1, DJ Dallas 31-1, David Moore 40-1, Michael Wilson 44-1, Arizona defense 75-1. There it is. We'll throw Tommy Trimble on 85-1 for 2 touchdowns for Carolina today. That is touchdown madness galore. We have to rewind to the Bengal game here in a second. Bryce Young is 100-1, Dortch 100-1, Carolina defense 121, Jatavian Sanders 13-1. If we go back to the Bengal game, anything else on this one, Dave? I agree with you. I think we can have a fun game under the radar.
Yeah, I think it is. I don't think many people think it will be, but I have a different feeling on that.
All right, touchdown madness. I don't want any Brown. We got to throw a Bengal in here.
How about Gesicki 22-1?
I see him at 37-1.
That's even better. See, shop around.
Gesicki at 37-1 because he would play in some garbage time as well if Chase takes a break. Let's throw him on there. Gesicki and Trimble. In fact, those two guys together, $2 pays $6,500. So we'll just reset with those two. And then we'll add another as we go along. Your game, Dave, Washington and the Eagles. Now 4.5 for the Eagles. Line going up, 46.5. Let the line keep moving. I'm going to take the Commanders on the money line here, Dave. I think they win this game at home, to be honest. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your butt here because you're in that studio and we'll be watching this game on the main TV. But the Commanders, what you guys do, you play one excellent half of football, and then the second half, you'll kind of take it off, or the other half, you'll take a break. If you put two halves together, that's what's going to take to beat the Eagles. And I'm not sold that they're this two-dimensional team that can throw the ball down the field with any kind of consistency, to be honest. They are still a one-trick pony in my mind a little bit with Saquon Barkley. I'm just not the believer in Hurts on the deep ball at the end of the day.
Right.
I think you had the better quarterback here. I think your running game will open it up a little bit. I think Scary Terry has a chance here against this good coverage to have a good game. And you'd be wise to get Brian Robinson Jr. the ball out in the passing game as well and let him move and try to maneuver through this Philly backfield. Tough divisional matchup. Should be a raucous environment up there today at Northwest Stadium. But I think the Commanders are live here. Again, this is faith in your team being good enough and a slight fade of the good Eagle team that I just think may just be a little bit more one-dimensional than two-dimensional. I just want to see it some more from them. They could prove me wrong today for sure. But give me the Commanders on the money line here. Anytime touchdown, Barkley minus 185. Hurts is minus 155. Robinson Jr. plus 120. A.J. Brown plus 150. Daniels plus 160. McLaurin plus 180. Devontae Smith plus 230. Ertz plus 420. Brown plus 440. Zacchaeus 6-1. Gainwell plus 850. Cal Cotrera 7-1. Philly defense 7-1. Jeremy McNichols plus 790 for him. Jameson Crowder plus 850. The Washington defense plus 850. Where's Luke McCaffrey been? 10-1. And Jahan Dotson revenge game, perhaps, if they somehow can get him the ball down the field, 11-1. Chris Rodriguez Jr., 19-1. The passing props in this game, Daniels 210.5, Hurts 191.5. Wow, that is low ball and Hurts big time. That's any quarterback under 200 listed is not impressive. In fact, I would look at even Daniels on his over passing of 210.5. I kind of actually like that today.
Well, his average is 217.5.
I get it. The Philly defense is tough here, but man, why not? You got to beat the Eagles more than just by running the ball with Robinson Jr. You got to be able to put the ball through the air and score points through the air. That Cliff Kingsbury has to know that,
right?
And put Jaden Daniels in position to win this game today and do so through the air a little bit. Jaden Daniels' 3 touchdown passes is at plus 630. That's interesting.
I do have him for 2, Steve.
2 touchdowns plus 164. That's modest and kind of an El Cheapo. Nice payout. Hurts for 250 yards is plus 360. And Hurts for 3 touchdowns passing is at 7-1. So Daniels is definitely the favorite to do that. Jaden Daniels' pick is minus 114. Jalen Hurts is at plus 136. Let's put Hurts on our pick list. Let's start our interception list. If we have to rewind, you can throw Dorian Thompson-Robinson on there as well, as far as I'm concerned. And then we'll leave. You know what? We can almost throw Kyler Murray on there as well. Put Kyler Murray as a side note.
All right.
For now, we'll consider him. Those are all quarterbacks to throw an interception. We've hit a ticket like that on the season already as well. We'll put together another one of those as we do. See, we can do multiple hats here, Dave. Interception tickets, touchdown madness tickets, sneaky things to happen tickets.
I mean, we cover it all, Steve.
We'll put a receiver ticket at the end. All right, receiving props. Robinson Jr. at 11.5. Sign me up. Zacchaeus 21.5. Too low, Dave?
21.5?
Yeah.
No, I think he can go over that.
Cal Contreras 18.5. De'Ami Brown is 25.5.
I think he can. It's only going to take one catch for him to go over that. I would take him for 40.
Wow. Okay. So De'Ami Brown is sneaky on the receiver list.
And I know we talked about it last week, and it didn't come to fruition, but it can at any moment because of this Philly defense. They're going to want to lock down McLaurin, so they're going to have to go somewhere. I think Ertz is still a little banged up, so that's going to leave somebody else to step up, and I think I like De'Ami Brown a little bit more, and he's averaging 16.9.
Barkley's 12.5. That's going to be too low for me, too. I mean, I got to
oh, yeah, he's going to blow that out of the water, too.
Yeah. Devontae Smith, 54.5. McLaurin, 60.5. Actually seems low to me. Scary Terry is just one of those guys. I said it in the show yesterday. I said it before. You can put him in the category of like Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
At some point, he can't be covered.
I mean, I think 70 yards. I mean, he's at 69.2 average.
In fact, if you give me the choice of AJ Brown or Terry McLaurin, I want Terry McLaurin on my team.
Me too. Absolutely. The guy is all heart, man. He's
AJ Brown is 74.5 for his receiving yards. Barkley 94.5 rush. Robinson 56.5 rush. Jalen Hurts 36.5 rush. Jaden Daniels 39.5. Those are all going to be too high for me. Gainwell 15.5 for his rushing yards. I don't want that. 2 touchdown scores. I mean, you could have a few in this game, to be honest, a couple in this game. Barkley's plus 320, Hurts plus 390. Robinson Jr. is 8-1, attractive. AJ Brown 11-1. Jaden Daniels 12-1. McLaurin 13-1. Devontae Smith 21-1. Ertz is 50-1. De'Ami Brown 60-1. You got to remember Ertz played against he had a great game against the Eagles this last time out. Let's throw him on touchdown madness.
all right.
Right now. Ertz 50-1. Zacchaeus 80-1. Gainwell 85-1. The Philly defense 100-1. All right, Dave. I've mentioned some good things I like. I'll take your advice on De'Ami Brown and Zacchaeus. I'll take the Barkley receive yards. I'll look at McLaurin to at least get on one touchdown at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
On a ticket somewhere with like Jamar Chase or something like that. But I'll take him for 2. In fact, him and Chase for 2 by themselves is kind of interesting.
That would be a good one.
And I'll look for Daniels for his passing touchdowns. Why not? And maybe his yards too, as he attacks through the air. He had a good game through the air last week. Probably should have gotten 300 yards at the end of the day and did not. So touchdown madness, adding on where we wanted to go to, and where I kind of wanted to use a ringer here. I was
going to say, do we use a ringer here or elsewhere?
I think we use it elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like a Jahmyr Gibbs or something like that.
Yep. I like it.
So Zach Ertz 50-1. Let's just take a shot.
Yeah, no, I like that call, Steve.
So Ertz, Gesicki, and Trimble, $2 wins, $307,000 on all those guys by themselves. That is touchdown madness for sure. All right. Anything else on that?
No, Steve. I mean, I think we're in for a good one. The passing yards for Daniels, and you couldn't have said it better. They just got to put 2 halves of football together and get out of this game with a W.
I think we could actually use Brian Robinson or Bijan Robinson as a ringer maybe in this one at plus 240. That's kind of low, but what do rookie quarterbacks do? They kind of depend on the running back to kind of help them along. And that's what Bijan would do for Michael Penix this afternoon and the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, as it is actually officially named. I've been there before. It's not a dome. It is a stadium. And the Giants will be in town as well for this game, which, will be about half crowd full. It won't be too crazy, I don't think. The Falcons minus 9.5 now. Wow. So we have some line movement this morning, 43.5. How are the Falcons 10-point favorites over anybody is beyond me, especially with a rookie quarterback. Man, they're begging you to take the Giants here. That's why I probably like the Falcons.
Right, absolutely.
So anytime touchdown score, Bijan minus 230, Drake London plus 140, Tyrone Tracy plus 155, Mooney plus 200, Neighbors plus 200, Algier plus 210, Ray McLeod plus 310, Pitts plus 320, Singletary plus 460, Wan'Dale Robinson plus 490, Slayton plus 470, Drew Lock 6-1, Bellinger plus 650. How do you not take Michael Penix Jr. for a rushing touchdown to 7-1 today?
Right.
I mean, that has to be a play on a ticket. Penix Jr. has to run the ball in once, just because he's a rookie, and that's what rookies will do. They'll run. I got to look at his rushing numbers too.
They're interesting, Steve. I looked at them last night.
Warner's 10-1, Jalen Hyatt 17-1. Oh, nice, Dave. Good studying on the night before. Dulwich is at 18-1 for a touchdown for him. There's our man Ross Dwelly, 18-1. The passing touchdown got me off guard with Penix Jr. just plus 380 for 3. He's 220.5 baseline. Drew Lock, which is I would say an improvement over Cutlets, is 198.5. Penix Jr. is at plus 360 now for his 3. Locke is at 11-1 for 3 touchdowns passes for him. Rushing wise, Bijan's 87.5, Tracy 45.5, Algier 37.5, Devin Singletary 22.5, Drew Lock 16.5, Michael Penix Jr. 7.5.
Yes,
we have to take his rushing alternate over. I don't see it yet.
But
what do you got?
It's at 25, 25 plus, Steve. Nice number here, plus 475.
Yeah, gotta take that. You got to go with it. Receiving prop wise, who are the low hangers for the Falcons? Well, Bijan would be in at 21.5. You got to look at him over receiving yards. Bellinger 18.5, Tracy 16.5, Ray McLeod 30.5, Pitts 26.5. Tracy fumbles too much for me.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of sick of him. Slayton 24.5, Wan'Dale Robinson 34.5, Mooney 49.5, London 64.5, Neighbors 67.5. Give me the Falcons on the spread. I don't know why, but they're begging you to take the Giants, so I'll just go the opposite. We'll go with Penix to break out in his rookie game, because that's what will happen after Kirk Cousins gets thrown to the curb. That would justify that maneuver, right? And then we'll go ahead and take Bijan Robinson over his receiving yards. And we'll take where we want to take Bijan for 2 touchdowns. Maybe we should, Dave.
Yeah, if that's our ringer.
Plus 320 for 40 yards for Bijan is going to be attractive. I don't think I want any other ringer. I want Michael Penix to run one. I really want him for 3 passing touchdowns. So it would be to somebody, but let's just go through the numbers. Maybe something will stick out. Robinson for 2 touchdowns plus 240. London 10-1. Tracy 11-1. Neighbor 17-1. Algier 16-1. Mooney 16-1. Pitts 31-1. That's the one that's interesting.
Right.
Ray McLeod 32-1. 50-1 for Singletary, 60-1 for Slayton, 60-1 for Atlanta, Robinson 55-1, Penix 100-1, Locke 100-1, Bellinger 110-1. Does he give it to Kyle Pitts for 2 touchdowns? Wow. Or does he give it to Bijan?
Well, you got to think Robinson, London, and Pitts are going to be his most reliable weapons in his first start. So I think it's got to come down to one of those 3. And London does have an attractive number. He did score last week.
All right, we're going to be thankful for this later. I'm going to throw the cheap guy, Bijan Robinson, in this ticket. All right, as a ringer type of play. Because, honestly, if it's Bijan, because we're going to play the 2-game parlays. If it's Zach Ertz and Bijan, we're going to get a nice payday anyway.
Right.
So, Bijan it is. Throw him in there as a ringer type of play. I think he definitely can score twice today. All right. Couple more games at 1 o'clock. We got 3 more at 1 o'clock, and then I think we'll take a quick break. Tennessee and the Colts. 3.5 for the Colts, 42.5. A game I generally want to stay away from. Del Grande likes Tajay Spears. He likes Okonkwo in their receiving yards. I'll start with the quarterbacks. Richardson, 178.5. Rudolph, 212.5. 3 touchdown passes for Richardson is at 8-1. 3 touchdown passes. I'm sorry, 3 touchdowns for Rudolph is at 8-1. 3 touchdowns for Richardson is at 9-1. Rudolph for 275 yards is at 4-1. And Richardson for 250 yards is at plus 520. Man, he can't throw the ball. Receiving wise, like our man Alec Pierce has done a disappearing job, is what he's done.
No kidding.
Receiving wise, Granson for the Colts out. Is Pierce hurt? I don't even see him listed. 9.5 for Ganson. Pollard 11.5. Okonkwo 28.5 is a low number in this Indy game. So we will take Dave Del Grande's Okonkwo recommendation because he's been on my list as well. Tyler Boyd actually broke out last week for Tennessee. He had a nice game going. He had 60-something yards or so. He's at 20.5 this week. So let's throw him on a consideration. Jonathan Taylor, 8.5. He finally started to receive the ball out of the backfield last week. So we will consider him. I can't believe that Moron dropped the ball at the goal line. Donnie Mitchell, 24.5. Nick Westbrook-Akine, 29.5. He's playing great for a touchdown, Dave. I went over earlier.
Oh, absolutely.
Josh Brown, 48.5. Michael Pittman, 50.5. Ridley, 60.5. Rushing-wise, it's Taylor for 88.5. Richardson, 44.5. Rudolph, 10.5. Pollard, 61.5. Tajay Spears, 24.5. How come I can't get a Tajay Spears receiving number? How come?
Let me see.
Do you have it?
Let me see what I got for you.
Touchdown scores. Taylor's minus 130. Richardson plus 105. Pollard plus 135.
Nope, no Spears.
Yeah, that's crazy. Ridley plus 195. Spears would be the play at plus 260, maybe. But we do have Pollard listed. What do you have for Pollard's status? We were thinking he could be out.
So let's see here for Pollard. Do not see him on the report.
All right, so he's fine.
I do see Alec Pierce is out with a concussion. Michael Pittman, full participant, looks like he is going to go today.
Pittman's 260. Josh Downs 280. Westbrook-Akine plus 380. Tyler Boyd 5-1. Okonkwo 5-1. Mason Rudolph 7-1. Anything you like in this game, Dave?
Oh, yeah, it's really tough to find anything that I like here. The only thing that I like, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Nick Westbrook-Akine. Anytime you could take him for yards here as well. I would go up to 40 even at plus 165. He averages 28.1. So why not take a shot with him? I mean, he has been in every sense Mr. Reliable for the last, how many ever so weeks. So I would keep it pretty simple here. And I would just go with some Westbrook-Akine kind of stuff.
We'll throw him in for 2 touchdowns on the madness. 45-1. So right now, 2 touchdowns for Westbrook-Akine, Bijan Robinson, Zach Ertz, Mike Gesicki, and Tommy Tremble are the 5 guys that we have going.
Well, if that ain't madness, Steve, I don't even know what could be.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to do a soccer scoring update for you in a second as well. as we load up funds in the sports book. Sorry, that's the slight delay of the pause here.
Yeah, we're going to have to do our regular thing. I was going to try and follow along with you over here on my book, Steve, for the madness.
Yep.
They will only let me pick 4 guys at a time, apparently.
Yeah. Some of these are like that. Yep.
You know, I can't even really put full amounts on it. So we'll do our regular thing
right
once we get into the lounge.
All right. Chelsea is the team letting me down. 0 goals for Chelsea. Actually, Fulham had 0 as well. Both of those games scoreless. We were playing EPL this morning. Everton and Chelsea, 0-0. Southampton, Fulham, 0-0. Manchester United losing to Bournemouth, 3-0. And my Wolves are beating Leicester 3-0. So the Wolves were the play of the day there. The Wolves and Bournemouth. Chelsea, what are you doing, man? I know Everton's been playing a little better, but.
Oh, do we like any of these guys for a pick today?
What's that?
In this Colts game here?
Oh, yeah. I'll put Westbrook Akine for 2 touchdowns.
Interception.
Oh, interception.
Rudolph and Richardson.
I put Richardson in there.
All right.
You probably put them both in there.
Actually, he's paying better, -120 for Richardson.
Yeah, we'll throw him in there. Knowing that you could play both in there.
Knowing that you very well could put both.
All right, next game on the board for us. 2 fun ones to end out the segment. Lions and Bears. Rams and Jets. Green light all around, Dave.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything you want to do here is up at hands. Let's see. Lions game first. 6.5, 47.5. I said my spiel earlier. I think the game plan alone is we've already killed Montgomery. He's injured. We can't kill Gibbs on the running game. So to the air we go, Jared Goff. So, and we'll have to put up points because our secondary is bad and our defense is completely depleted and we're on the road. So we have to score points today. And the Lions are going to look to score, and the Bears are going to look to score as well against a very vulnerable defense for Detroit. 47.5 is way too low for me. I think either the team totals is fine to take today. The Bears baseline is just 20.5. The Lions is at 27.5.
A lot of options here.
So it's getting a little dry here. It's a full green light for all. All right, so Goff is 251.5. Caleb Williams 214.5. Both of those are overs to me. Goff passing touchdowns for 3 is at plus 265. Caleb Williams passing touchdowns for him 3 is at plus 480. I think you can take any of that. Goff for 300 yards plus 270. I would stop at Caleb at a plus 275 for his high mark, but that's plus 350. You get closer to 6-1 if you think he gets to 300. I'm not going to fault you on any of that if you want to play it. Receiving yards, Patrick 31.5, Swift 16.5, Cole Kmet 20.5, Odunze 36.5. I need a big game for him for a future. Gibbs 27.5, Jamison Williams 49.5, Keenan Allen 50.5. Laporta Potty is at 45.5. DJ Moore 54.5. St. Brown is at 73.5. Where's my 2 touchdown ticket? Do I have to rebuild this thing again? The problem is I have like 3 different windows set up here. Oh my God, yes. All right, so my madness ticket disappeared here. I'm going to have to do this all from scratch. It's going to be lovely. So, Dave, why don't you talk a lot about this game here in a minute after I go through some more of these numbers. Rushing-wise, Gibbs 90.5, Swift 56.5, Caleb Williams 27.5, Craig Reynolds 22.5, Roshan Johnson 12.5 is an interesting one to me. Do we get Roshan Johnson on receiving yards? I don't see him. You might be able to
Let's
get
take
him.
a look.
He's live for a touchdown today for the Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like he always is too.
Yep. So I'm going to mark him down. He's a sneaky one too.
Yeah. Well, I only have I have Roshan Johnson 25 plus, at plus 475. Let's see if he has a baseline because I would like that a lot more. Yes, it's 3.5 at minus 1.
Oh, wow. No. All right, anytime touchdown. Gibbs is minus 310. St. Brown plus even money 100. Swift plus 180. DJ Moore plus 180. Sam Laporta plus 200. Jameson Williams 2-1. Keenan Allen. Our man in Connecticut, Allah, likes Jameson Williams today as well, he says. Keenan Allen plus 195. Roma Dunze plus 250. Roshan Johnson plus 280. Patrick plus 340. Reynolds plus 420. Komet plus 420 is a nice price. Caleb Williams plus 460. Detroit defense, I would not bet that. 6-1. Jared Goff plus 950. Chicago defense 9-1. I would entertain that perhaps. Simone Vaki now down to 15-1. All right, Dave, give me a bunch of angles here while I reconstruct our touchdown madness ticket that has disappeared in front of my eyes.
All right, let me see what I can pull up here. We'll start again with the Roshan Johnson. If we're going to go, you said you like the receiving there, Steve. He doesn't do too much of that. I have his average here only at 8. So I don't like the alt receiving yards in that regard. It is a nice number, again, 25 plus at plus 475. But again, as I mentioned, okay, no, never mind. He averages 1 catch. So that catch is going to probably need to be a 10-yard dump off because he's averaging 8. So you're over under there of over 3.5 at minus 120 for his receiving yards. I think that's where you kind of just keep that, not easy, but you keep that more achievable if you do that one. So I would like that play, Steve, if you're thinking of something like that. I do like Komet. He had over 2.5 receptions for Komet today is at plus 125. I actually don't mind that because he's averaging 3 a game. So that's right there. If he can keep up with his average, you get a plus number out of that. So I don't mind that at all. That would be something to note as well. DJ Moore, over 5.5 is at minus 135. He's averaging just over 5. So I think that's achievable too. If you want to go by the way of receptions, that's always a fun way to do things as well. I know we've played a couple of those tickets, and boy, do they usually come pretty close most of the time. You're only a catch or 2 away from these reception tickets going off. So don't forget to maybe play those kind of angles too, where, get caught up in yardage and all that. You play the receptions and then you're just worried about the catch. You're not worried about how much it's going for. And, you're in a scenario where you need a guy to get 10, 15, 20 yards to cash out, where you could find yourself where he just needs 1 or 2 more catches. And I think that's a little bit more favorable for you. So let's not forget about that. Anytime touchdowns, as Steve mentioned, we'll look into this. You got to look at Swift, plus 155. This game could be a blowout by way of the Lions, but I think that the Chicago can get some of their points as well to help out an over. If you want to do that, and 47.5, I believe, is where the number was for these two teams. That does seem kind of low. Again, I think the Bears can help out that cause. And we've seen how many points the Lions can put up week to week. They just really kind of make it look easy. So I like the over. I like the Swift yards. And Steve, I'll tell you what, the receiving yards in this game, yardage and receptions, is something that I'm going to have to come and take a look at, when we get ready to rock out there in the lounge.
All right, 2 touchdown scorers today. Gibbs is only at plus 175. St. Brown is 7-1. DeAndre Swift 13-1. DJ Moore 15-1. Keenan Allen 17-1. Jameson Williams 18-1. Laporta 18-1. Dunze 26-1, Roshan Johnson 27-1, Tim Patrick 39-1, Cole Kmet 50-1, Craig Reynolds 47-1, Caleb Williams 50-1, Detroit defense 75-1, Chicago defense 140-1. We're going to take two players in this game for the 2-touchdown madness, and we're going to keep this modest with nice payouts. So we'll throw in Laporta at 18-1, and we'll throw in Roma Dunze at 26-1. One player on each side here, and they're really starting to make this ticket pop off here because we have longer shots involved still with Akine, Ertz, Tremble, Gesicki. It just any of those guys can get two, match it with a Bijan and a Laporta or a Dunze. I mean, you're still cooking with a great payday overall. 25-cent legs on the 3-game parlay for this. 30 different wagers totaling $253,000. So you have about $8,000 on the 3-game parlay here if you get a couple of these longer shots to kind of click together. On the 2-game parlay, we just do 50 cents, which is a total of $10 on just the twos. So this is a $17.50 ticket right now. We will get about $500 if any of these two hit, which well pays for our $17.50. Now you got to figure if it's going to be Bijan, that's going to be dumbed down because he's the favorite. But nice little insurance policy to put him in that as well. If we can't even do 25 cents on the 4s, they won't let us. Let's see if we do 15 cents. They won't let us. We can't even do 10 cents. So we are stuck right there betting the 2s and the 3s, and we can't go any further than that. So we'll have to add to the 3s is what we do. Let's just make it 35 cents for the 3s, and now 50 cents for the 2s. Let's go ahead and pop that up a little bit as well. In fact, we have one more game to add on, so let's not get too complicated yet. But if we play all this as is, we have 50 different bets at $23.50. And if we get two, we're getting $600-700 now. Since we added it up, $700, maybe a little more. And on the 3-game parlay, we're getting $11,000 or so if just any of these 3 are to hit. Wow. Touchdown madness, Dave.
There you go.
Let me just plug in the Jets numbers and see what we get. Rams and Jets. So full green light there and the full green light here in the Meadowlands. 3 and 46.5. I mean, Dave, I don't know what else to say. More point. It's Stafford and Aaron Rodgers, and they're going to duke it out because Aaron Rodgers has some pride, and the Rams need to make the playoffs. It's as simple as that. 240.5 baseline for Rodgers. Stafford 243.5. This is one of those games. Let's not overcomplicate things.
Exactly.
Just bet the over here. Aaron Rodgers over 1.5 is at even money plus 108. Just a little bit of juice. My over 1.5 for Stafford passing. 3 touchdowns for Rodgers, which is something I'll probably play today, is at plus 420. 3 touchdowns for Stafford, which is probably something I'll play today, is at plus 340. So good numbers there. Good enough for me to get involved. Neither quarterback for an interception for me, Dave. We'll pass on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Receiving prop wise, Conklin's back 18.5. Kyron is low 8.5. You gotta take Kyron Williams on the receive yards.
Yeah, to 8.5.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see. See what he averages on that.
Alan Lazard 25.5. Demarcus
yeah.
Robinson 18.5 is low. So you're gonna have to throw Robinson in there as well somewhere. Breece Hall 19.5 seems low. You got to figure they're going to use him just a hair more. Kupp's 57.5. Garrett Wilson 62.5. Devontae Adams has been the breadwinner 70.5. Puka's been the breadwinner 85.5. So all good numbers there. Rushing wise, Kyron's 80.5. What do you have for his receiving alternate?
For Kyron?
Yeah.
Let's go to I have 25 plus at plus 280. or 40 plus at plus 475. Thing is he's averaging about 11.4 a game.
Yeah, he's been down a little bit, but quite capable still.
Love the baseline, though.
He's a screen pass away. Demarcus Robinson for 60 yards receiving is at plus 820. What is he averaging out?
30.9.
Yeah, so that's a fair.
Oh, man, even at 40 for plus 310 over here for me.
That's what I said.
That is attractive.
Touchdown scores in this game. Devontae winning me money last week. I got to stick with him again. Anytime touchdown scores. For one, Kyron's minus 165, Breece Hall minus 105, Puka plus 105, Devontae plus 130, Garrett Wilson plus 150, Kupp plus 155, DeMarcus Robinson 4-1, Higbee plus 410, Braylon Allen plus 430, Isaiah Davis plus 490, Lazard 5-1, Conklin 6-1, Blake Corum plus 650, Parkinson plus 850, Tutu Atwell 10-1, Xavier Gibson 13-1. Let's see here. Matthew Stafford, he may sneak it 21-1 for him. Let's see here. 2 touchdown scores. Who can we involve in the madness on this one? Kyron Williams plus 350, Breece Hall 6-1, Puka plus 750, Devontae Adams 10-1, Garrett Wilson 11-1, Cooper Kupp 13-1, DeMarcus Robinson 44-1, Higbee's 49-1, Braylon Allen 50-1, Isaiah Davis 60-1, Alan Lazard 85-1, Conklin 100-1, Rams defense 100-1. Well, I think we throw Robinson in there because he's a long shot.
Right.
And then
done it before, though.
Let's take Devontae Adams on the ringer type of play, 10-1. So that is a lot of wagers. That's going to be a big bet, actually. So, Dave, you can buy in this prorated. It's going to end up being about $50 for me, $60. You tell me how much of that you want.
All right, and I have a couple things going that we'll discuss too if you want to get in.
Devontae Adams and DeMarcus Robinson. We'll split these guys up. We cannot play the 4-game parlays. We got to play the 3s. But man, we're gonna get a nice payout on the 3s. Here, let's do John Riggins 44 cents.
There you go.
Because 70 different wagers pays out $845,000. And then we'll go ahead and do on the 2 games. Boy, this is touchdown madness, that's for sure.
Moving the lines like crazy people.
Let's double it up, 88 cents. So if we get 2, the average will almost pay out $1,000. It'll pay about $800. This is a $60 ticket. $60, 72 cents. Touchdown madness. 3-game parlays and 2-game parlays of the following players to get 2 touchdowns: Devontae Adams, DeMarcus Robinson, Roma Dunze, Sam Laporta, Nick Westbrook-Akine, Bijan Robinson, Zach Ertz, Tommy Trimble, Mike Gesicki. All right, firing it in.
Fire.
And the potential payout for that $60 is $873,574. Again, we look to hit 3 of them, and we're happy. 2 of them we're happy. All right, so that's touchdown madness. Dave, what do you got in this game overall? I mean, I didn't get your opinion exactly here, but lots of points for you, right?
Yeah, it's really more of the same. You mentioned the pride, and it's not just Aaron Rodgers that has the pride too. His buddy Devontae Adams has a little pride himself, so they're going to help that cause. So maybe some more points than we would think. I know a lot of people down on the Jets, but I like all the angles that you covered there. I mean, there's some real attractive low hangers in this game as well, Steve, that I think we should look to.
All right, let me find a good, decent-sized commercial break as I can get in another water, stretch the legs for a minute, and then here we go. We'll just play this one. Stretch your legs for a minute, and then we will be back in a few minutes here on the Round Robin. Nephew Dave, Uncle Steve, here on a Sunday morning live We'll get the late slate of games, the night games, and then we'll do our best bets here to round out the show. Kickoff just over 2 hours away. NFL Week 16 here on the Round Robin. Text the Round Robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the Round Robin 757-354-5517.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you are fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting and you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls.
That's correct.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like showing a knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah.
You think? This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
The docile sounds of the Pie Tasters.
Thought she would start to cry. Sit around my room and weep. But you're the girl. She fooled me this time. She acted like I was the last thing on her mind. I would like to start all over again.
The Pie Tasters, the house band of the Deep End Broadcasting Network. That is them. We have the best. Opening music, commercial music there is, Nephew Dave.
I think so.
The Pie Tasters are going on tour to a place near you, perhaps. If you're in Atlanta or Florida, let me pull up their concert schedule real quick that I saw posted the other day. Because they will be, in fact, they have a Christmas show coming up. Yeah, Pie Tasters. There we go. This is not the pages. All right, stand by. Let me get off. What's really is the problem is our round robin program is in the way of me trying to get to the actual page here. But let's give the Pie Tasters a little shout out here with their all right, so they're going to play with our boys. Well, first they're going to be at the 930 Club in DC. So if you're in the DC area, December the 28th, the 930 Club, the Pie Tasters with the holiday ska extravaganza there in DC. They will also be playing with another band that I like called Mustard Plug. I don't know if you've heard of them before, Nephew Dave.
I have not.
Mustard Plug is a very good band, but this is in March in 2025. So we got time to plan for this. March 19th, Atlanta, Georgia at the Masquerade. March 20th in D-Land, Florida at a place called Cafe Daving. The 21st, there will be in Stuart, Florida at a place called Para Faramaya. I guess that's a Mexican restaurant. I don't know. Then on the 22nd, they will be in Miami Beach, Florida at the Miami Beach Sandshell. And then on the 23rd, another place I like, in St. Augustine at the Colonial Oak Music Park. No Pie Tasters at that show. Okay. So that's just Mustard Plug in St. Augustine. But there you go. Pie Tasters in Atlanta, Stuart, Florida, Miami Beach, and D-Land, Florida in March. There you go, Dave. What do you think about that? Wrap a little spring training Pie Taster tour.
Oh, man.
Take the show on the road here.
I don't think you'll have to convince me of that too much.
All right. Let's try to pay for that trip today. And we'll go to the late games. We'll start a new Touchdown Madness late ticket. We'll be halfway to Vegas celebrating our 1 o'clock wins at this point. This is a hard game for me, Dave. I don't know how to cut it. Vikings are 2.5-point favorites, 42.5. We could get weather. My first instinct is to bet the under in this game. That's my first instinct. I guess that's the right instinct, but I could be wrong. Either one of these teams have enough offense to pop this number over 42.5 at any given time. Tough game to handicap with the Vikings and the Seahawks. I see Minnesota as the better team, but they are on the road here. I just don't know if Minnesota at the end of the day can go the season and only get 2 losses. If I'll tell you what, if Detroit loses today, the Vikings can be in first place, literally all by themselves. So that's kind of crazy to think in that regard. So give me the Vikings, maybe. Tough game for me. What's your first thoughts on this?
It is, Steve, and I definitely get what you're saying. Minnesota has had moments where it's kind of in the same boat with the Chiefs. They win these games, but it's not in the prettiest form of an 11-2 team. You know, they've had a couple games where it's they had to grind it out, and again, things weren't really pretty. But the moral of that, like the Chiefs, they just find a way, Steve, and I think they do that again today. I don't know what to make of these numbers. I just think that Minnesota finds a way. I think maybe Aaron Jones anytime at -125.
Yeah, that's not a bad call.
Maybe a ringer in 4 o'clock madness at 5-1 for 2.
You know what? That's an excellent call. Let's plug him in right now.
That's just kind of what I think, Steve. And I think we maybe just stop right there with this game. In the sake of let's just not get carried away here, and kind of keep things at a simple minimum. We need to be aware of this, Dave, so I can switch out fantasy, but we need to confirm Kenneth Walker's availability. All right, I got it right here.
Come closer to kickoff as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, tell me what you might see right now. I mean, I'd be interested to know.
Well, we got Charbonnet. He was a full participant, so he is going to go. But the man we're really yes, Kenneth Walker, running back, full participant. I do not see anything else. Looks like he is a go.
All right, let's make sure he's active still later on. Just because he's been a full participant doesn't mean they Well, I guess they probably want him in there. They have to have him.
Yeah, well, his game status only I only see about 3 guys out on the injury report. So it looks like, if anything, they're going to at least maybe give him a go. But if he's banged up, Steve, maybe you go by the way of Charbonnet instead.
I got to start. Well, so it's fantasy playoff. Yeah, I know Charbonnet going to counterfeit Walker. That's the problem. But I think I have to start Walker. I think he's the best option of what I got.
Yeah.
We'll talk. We can talk about that later. All right, 2 touchdown scores on the 4 o'clock madness. We'll throw Aaron Jones on as a ringer for the Vikings. Okay, regular touchdown scores in this game: Jones plus 105, Kenneth Walker plus 115, Jefferson plus 125, Addison plus 175, DK 2-1, Jackson Smith and Jigba plus 220, Charbonnet plus 220, Hawkinson plus 290, Cam Akers. This smells like a Hawkinson game, kind of. Cam Akers plus 470, Tyler Lockett plus 490, Fant 5-1, Sam Darnold 7-1, your boy Jalen Naylor plus 850, Josh Oliver 10-1. I mean, these are guys I just never want to bet, to be honest. I gave Naylor 1 or 2 opportunities, Dave. It's just nothing, you know.
That's the downside of him.
He scores though. You like him, I know you do. Kenneth Walker plus 750 for 2, Jefferson plus 950 for 2, Charbonnet 18-1 for 2, DK is 18-1 for 2. Now it's a tough Minnesota defense, that's for sure. Addison 15-1. I'll tell you what, if Minnesota wins this game convincingly on the road with their defense, then watch out, playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously, because defense is what's going to carry you at the end of the day here. I would rather in a playoff scenario have a Viking defense full throttle than a Detroit team with no defense. I'll say that.
Yeah, no, I mean, you got to have the defense in the playoffs. I mean, you just have to.
You have to. Smith and Jigba 20-1, Hawkinson 28-1 for 2 touchdowns, Lockett 50-1, Minnesota defense 95-1. Minnesota defense is live for a touchdown today. I'm going to have to – this defensive round robin is going to hit at some point. There have not been a lot of defensive touchdowns this year. There just haven't been. We saw one yesterday with the Ravens. We just have not had them. Did we get one the other night with the Chargers too? I don't think we did.
Hey, how about Geno for an interception?
Yeah, on the list. Place him. I like it. Let's see. Passing wise, let's get to those guys. We need to move off this game. Geno Smith, 238.5. Darnold, 247.5. You got to throw Jefferson in a 2 touchdown ticket somewhere as well, just as an auto play type of thing. So keep that out there, people. Kenneth Walker, 18.5. Receive yards. Noah Fant, 28.5. Smith and Jigba, 63.5. DK, 68.5. Jefferson, 81.5. Hawkinson, 44.5. Addison, 57.5. Aaron Jones, 16.5. I would look at Hawkinson potentially on some yards. Lockett at 22.5. The Hawkinson alternate yards, what does he get for 70? That's an interesting number to me today for him.
Plus 290 for me.
Yeah, I see 3-1 exactly. All right, so that's right in the same neighborhood. That's pretty good. Aaron Jones for 25 yards receiving is plus 184. Darnold on a check down in a loud Seattle stadium, Dave. You know?
Right.
Flip it out to Aaron Jones receiving.
And he's averaging 23.
What's he for 40 yards for you?
Plus 475.
Yeah, that's a great number. You got to hop on that. So Aaron Jones receive yards would be the other one we'll take a look at this afternoon when this game gets closer. Rushing wise, we'll hit those. Just tread with caution because it looks like we have some weather overall for this game. Rushing is 64.5 for Aaron Jones. Kenneth Walker to third, 47.5. Geno, 8.5. Darnold, 12.5. I don't put it past Darnold to rush today for some yards either. He's kind of a sneaky runner. You put him in the same category you put Joe Burrow. You just don't kind of expect it. Next thing you know, they're doing it. Cam Akers, 21.5. Charbonnet, 24.5. Darnold for 25 yards rushing plus 330, 12-1 if he runs it down the sideline or something and gets 40 somehow. 12-1. Wow. On a long shot ticket, I'm going to have it somewhere.
Look at Geno, too, maybe. He's averaging 16.5 a game. 25 plus for him is at plus 550. That's a tough defense, I know, but, I mean, hell, that's, over halfway on average.
I think we can do that. I think we can probably throw some kind of quarterback rushing ticket together and throw these two guys in as the dual threat runners in a weird way. Interesting. But that's all I got on that one, Dave. Anything else for you?
Yeah, that's about it.
All right, Aaron Jones, a ringer for 2 touchdowns in the madness. All right, let's go ahead and I got a madness guy for this game. New England and Buffalo. The Bills laying 14.5. 46.5 is the total. If you're listening earlier, I said this to Del Grande. This game worries me if I'm playing anything Buffalo starters because at any point they could be yanked, and there you go. You only get 45 minutes of a 60-minute football game out of them, and you get left just short of all your props. So that being said, I would play Buffalo in a first half line, first quarter line even. And touchdown score-wise, don't be afraid to take a shot with Ray Davis at 4-1 or Ty Johnson at plus 340. Or take, for example, if you bet them both for $10, if one gets in and the other doesn't, you're still going to have a nice little profit. And you can parlay them both. Maybe that happens. But I would expect Cook to have the plug pulled on him at some point. The Bills will still probably be able to score a little bit as they go through the game. That's going to be with Davis and Ty Johnson in a weird way. I like Kincaid for a touchdown plus 250. In fact, I went down if he gets 2 today to get him back involved. Even Amari Cooper. Where have you been, Amari Cooper? I think Cooper's been opening it up for Coleman, for Shakir, because he's been demanding the double teams in a sense. Yeah, I don't think you can double team anyone on this team. That's the problem. But who scores to get Buffalo out the fastest is the deal. I don't think they're going to kill James Cook. Let's try to beat the Patriots through the air. Josh Allen, we don't want you running it either. Let's give a healthy dose of Ray Davis and Ty Johnson the ball as well. Keep everybody else healthy. And some Dalton Kincaid in the seam. And then we'll pull the starters, and then New England can get all the garbage time that they want. That's somehow how I think this plays out. Either that or the Patriots just do keep this somehow competitively, which I don't think anyone's expecting. So that would be the opposite pick of the day, per se. I'll tell you what, in a contest pool where you're getting the points, the Patriots are probably a decent pick, to be honest. No one's going to take him. You'll probably gain a point on him in your standings. The passing yards today, Mays 204.5. Take that over. Josh Allen 240.5. Allen for 1.5 touchdown passes is minus 156. I think that's safe. I think Allen for 3 touchdown passes is probably the right call. Drake May for over a half a touchdown is at minus 260. So he just has to throw one. We threw Drake May on the ticket, or the sneaky things that happen ticket. I think, what did I say, 2 hour and 54 minute mark. If you want to go back and get the sneaky ticket, rewind to the program at 2 hours, 54 minutes. Drake May was on there at 9-1 for his passing touchdowns. So Josh Allen passing touchdowns is at plus 240 for 3. Something tells me that's just a good play. Give Cooper one, give Coleman one, give Kincaid a couple. Maybe Dawson Knox gets the first one for Anthony, the Ant-Man. We shall see. Receiving prop wise, our Patriot low hangers are what we want to take a look at here. Cook is 12.5. Knox is at 9.5. Dawson Knox will see a lot of playing time. If Dawson Knox 9.5 is ridiculous. So that's something.
That is very low.
He's going to get a lot of playing time as the plugs get pulled here with the Bills. Can you get a alternate number on him?
What do you need?
Dawson Knox, 25 yards.
All right, let's see here.
I'll keep going. You just interrupt when you want. Ramondre Stevenson, 12.5. Receive. Kendrick Bourne, 21.5. Butte, 26.5. Hooper, 23.5. Coleman, 28.5. What do you got?
All right, Steve, 25 plus at plus 250. He's averaging 20.4. This is Dawson Knox, 40 plus, and now that's double what he usually gets. But if he's going to see some time today, like you might think, 40 plus yards at 7-1.
The thing is, 20 yards can get gobbled up in the open space in no time. That's what you got to remember, people.
Right.
What is he, 7-1 for 40?
7-1 for 40 plus yards.
That's attractive. Amari Cooper's 32.5. Yeah, that's attractive. Cooper over. Kincaid, 35.5. Douglas, 36.5. Henry, 43.5. Shakir, 52.5. I think you can take a combination of like a Cooper over, Kincaid over, Hunter Henry for sure at 43.5 over for his. We'll do some sort of receiving ticket with the Bills guys. The Bills will score. They want to get up quick. It's going to be through the air.
Right.
These guys are going to benefit through it. And then there'll be catch-up time, garbage time for the Pats. 2 touchdown madness. We'll throw Hunter Henry in here. 2 touchdowns for Hunter Henry. And I'll go through the other ones here in a minute, and I think that's all we got. 40-1 for Hunter Henry for 2 today. James Cooks plus 450. Josh Allen 5-1. Shakir 13-1. Kincaid 23-1. We'll throw him in touchdown madness as well. Amari Cooper 21-1. Ramondre Stevenson 14-1. Ty Johnson 32-1. Coleman 35-1. Ray Davis 40-1. Knox 50-1. Drake May 50-1. Butte 60-1. Douglas DeMario, that is 55-1. The Bills defense 60-1. Antonio Gibson 70-1. Kendrick Bourne 70-1. Mac Hollins isn't the worst pick at 90-1, as he could see extra playing time down the road for this Buffalo team as they pull the plug on some of these starters. You know, like let's keep Coleman healthy, let's keep Shakir healthy. In that kind of game, let's trust Kincaid gets 2 early touchdowns and throw a Bill in there just to have a Bill, and then we'll throw Hunter Henry, the other tight end, in there. So we have Hunter Henry, Dalton Kincaid, and Aaron Jones right now. And the 3 of them, actually, so if we play Aaron Jones with Kincaid in one and Henry in the other one, wow, $800 if that happens, one or the other. All right, so we'll add that in, and then we'll also do all 3 of these guys hit $27,000 off $5. But you get a nice price, $800 if just Jones gets his 2 for sure, and then it's either Kincaid or Hunter.
Yeah, that's
Hunter's going to pay the more because he's 40-1.
Got to play it.
Or 23-1. All right, so we'll keep them on. We'll go to the 49er. Anything else for you, Dave, on the game?
One more thing, Steve, I like, and if you talk about the garbage time. And again, I saw some things, maybe fantasy wise that, I mentioned earlier, Drake May might have a nice game. So, look for him. It is a divisional game too. So, we've seen it before where one team is, real bad and the other team is really great. And they're closer games than you might think. Now, the Bills could open this, just wide open quickly. But for it to be a divisional game, you can't count out that kind of scenario. So Steve, at plus 180, the Patriots for 19.5 points today, I think is a good number too.
Yeah, nice number. Patriot baseline is good. Let's see, all number for the Pats. If they really can't show up on the road here, what are they for over 27.5? And they push the envelope on the Bills on the road here. Let's see here. We get a Saturday afternoon game, Patriots and Chargers next Saturday.
Nice.
How about that? There goes my Saturday. Let's see here. The alternate number on the Pats is one I'm interested in, and I'm glad you brought that up, David. Thank you. And I'll take a look at the Bills number 2 because I think they will try to get up big. The Pats to get over 27.5 points today is 8-1. How about that?
Not mad at that either, to be honest with you.
All right, so we'll take a shot with that. The Bills total points today, 30.5 baseline. I'll avoid that. All right, 49ers and the Dolphins. Del Grande expects the Niners to destroy the Dolphins in this game. That's basically what he said. He likes Purdy. They're got to throw the ball. The better defense is on the 49ers for sure, Dave.
Yes.
That's a mismatch, to be honest, perhaps, on both sides. So the Dolphin offense, who's been struggling, really might get a taste of some 49er defense today. They didn't do anything against Houston. Tua hasn't been good. Maybe they can put it together today. The total is just 44.5. I want to take an over here, to be honest. But this could be a street with one-way traffic with the 49ers. So Niners on the alt line, especially, let's see here. Alternate spread for the Niners to win by 2 touchdowns. Dave Del Grande loves them. So minus 12.5 is 4-1 odds. I love the 49ers in this scenario against the Bears a couple weeks back. Now, I get it. This is on the road, but nice weather in South Beach as well. I'm with Del Grande. I sense a blowout on the Niners here. I mean, what are your first thoughts on this one?
Steve, I feel like this one is kind of difficult. It should be a blowout by the Niners. Dolphins just haven't looked that attractive this year. Now, Tua was out for a lot of that. That didn't help their cause, but he's still not looking sharp. I could make the case for the Niners. I just worry about them running the ball. I want to see who's going to be running it for them. Patrick Taylor. Now this is a guy, they're so banged up in that running back room that this guy averages 5 yards a game, Steve. Again, not the best defense for Miami, but when you have a guy that doesn't run it a lot and doesn't get a lot of chances, is that going to set up for some fumbles, or is that going to be something that this guy is not used to seeing a lot of times? So that's the one thing that worries me about this game, Steve. But I think the Niners do win in the end.
Rushing numbers, since you brought him up, Achane is 48.5, Purdy's 14.5, Patrick Taylor 44.5. Debo 14.5, Mostert 17.5. Receiving props in this game. Tyreek is 66.5, Kittle 66.5. Juwan Jennings is someone I like in this game, 65.5. I do like the Jennings over yards. He's just been Mr. Reliable. And even at a high number of 65.5, I still like it over. And what does that tell you about Jennings, where he's 65.5 now, and a player like Debo Samuel is now 46.5,
right?
Which is about the low mark for him. Honestly, I could see that Debo going over too. Maybe that's the trick, and that's the obvious one. Debo Samuel at 46.5. Yeah, but he dropped the ball too. You feel like redemption is coming for him, don't you? He's had such a bad season. The Dolphins' defense could be what gets Debo. We got to put him in touchdown madness. Let's see what kind of number we get on him in a minute. Jonnu Smith, 49.5. Achane, 37.5. Pearsall, 19.5. Malik Washington, 30.5. Patrick Taylor is at 9.5. Mostert is at 8.5. So there's some interesting low numbers there. The Patrick Taylor receiving yards, 25 is at plus 370.
Yeah, those are kind of attractive. Even though saying what I just said, flip side of that coin is
he could fumble. Yeah, not get limited. They like to throw the ball to the backs,
right? I mean, yeah, and that's that makes the case for Taylor, I think.
Let's see, what's Debo on his alternate number? Let's just go through that. 100 yards for Debo is at plus 820.
Well, I have it at plus 850.
Well, yeah, great. So stuff like this, plus 820, man. All right, juicy stuff. We're going to have to dissect things here. We're going to have a busy 12 o'clock hour. So the Debo numbers are through the roof as well. Passing numbers for this game, Let me get back to it. Purdy, who Del Grande loves today, is 243.5. Tua, 248.5. The passing touchdowns today, 1.5 is at plus 104 for Purdy, minus 102 for Tua. Alternate passing touchdowns, 3 for Purdy is at plus 390. I kind of like that. 3 for Tua is at plus 390. Tua could throw a pick today too, Dave.
All right.
Note him to the side. Purdy passing yards, 300 is at plus 310. And then Tua's passing 3+ is at plus 390. Del Grande likes the Purdy numbers too. I'm just kind of with him. 2 touchdown scores for this game. Well, we'll start with the one. Devin Achane minus 105. Taylor Jr. is at plus 105. Tyreek plus 110. Kittle plus 155. Debo plus 190. I like that individually for sure. Jonnu Smith 2-1. He scores every week. Jennings plus 210. Malik Washington plus 310. Mostert plus 430. Israel Abanikanda plus 550. Purdy 6-1. Craycraft 7-1. Pearsall 7-1. Where is Ricky Pearsall gone, Dave? Where is he gone?
Away.
The San Fran defense 8-1 is interesting. A good old Minnesota San Fran defense, a touchdown there in the 4:00 window. Keyshawn Vaughn 8-1. Juszczyk 8-1. You would think he'd be live with the running back situations, Dave.
Yeah, he probably will be more now so than he has been all year, I would think. That's a really very good point.
So we'll have to put him on a random guy of touchdown scores today. Hopefully I got good notes. I went team by team this week instead of categories.
Right.
Where I should have long shot touchdown scores and just have the guys right there. When you do team by team, you got to do a little bit more researching. So even the professionals here in the midst of the rush and getting excited to do our bets, Dave, maybe not the best preparation. I'm back some scripts of the Sizzle Lean show.
The Sizzle Lean.
2 touchdown scores. This is what I've been waiting for my whole life for this game. Achane 6-1. Patrick Taylor 7-1. Tyreek Hill plus 750. Kittle 11-1. There's Debo at 16-1. He's on touchdown madness. So let's do it. Jonnu Smith 17-1. Mostert 44-1. Malik Washington 29-1. Jennings 18-1. Israel Abanikanda at 75-1. Purdy 80-1. Craycraft 100-1. The Niner defense 120-1. Pearsall 100-1. Juszczyk 120-1. That's an interesting one. Let's put Debo and Juszczyk on touchdown madness.
And it's unfortunate because I don't even have him listed in my touchdown scores.
So, is this the first game we did 2 people? Nah, we did 2 people in the New England game. Okay, that's fine.
You're not going to give it to River or Craycraft?
No. So we could see points there. All right, my underdog play today is the Jaguars, Dave. I'm going to take them to beat the Raiders here. Let's see what my man Mac Jones can do. Plus 2.5. 41.5 is the total. This game in Las Vegas in the Dome. Mac Jones just 206.5 baseline yards passing. Aiden O'Connell 238.5. Mac Jones passing yards today. If he can get to 300 yards, is at plus 750. His 3 touchdown passes plus 750. Aiden O'Connell 3 touchdown passes plus 520. Brock Bowers could help his cause today. And the yards for Aiden O'Connell, 300 yards or more, is at plus 360. Rushing in this game, ETN 40.5, Bigsby 45.5. There's Alexander Madison. There's a revolving door of running backs here in Vegas. Madison 45.5, Amir Abdullah 18.5. I don't want any of those. Receiving wise, Jacoby Myers has been a nice, pleasant surprise. He is at 25.5. Bowers 70.5. Thomas Jr. 74.5. Michael Mayer at 28.5 could be the underrated play of the day, so we'll notate him. Michael Mayer, 20.5 is a low number. Trey Tucker, 27.5. Brenton Strange, 38.5. Parker Washington, 29.5. ETN, 15.5 is a low number to me. Mac Jones is a running back dumper offer at times as well. Amir Abdullah, 15.5. Devin Duvernay at 14.5. The alternate receiving yards. We'll start with Bowers since I brought him up. 100 yards for Bowers today is at plus 290. 100 yards for Michael, or let's go less than that. 40 yards for Mayer is at plus 320. 50 yards plus 570. So those are interesting numbers as he has been getting involved more. Just one catch last week, but you got to think he can get more. 25 yards for ETN is at plus 210. Brian Thomas Jr. scores every time he gets on the field now. It seems like a player who's definitely been doing much better with a team who does nothing around him. So that's a credit to him if he's scoring points. Madison for a touchdown, plus 110. Thomas Jr., plus 165. Bigsby, plus 170. ETN, plus 170. Myers, plus 195. Bowers, plus 190. Amir Abdullah, plus 280. Tucker, plus 290. Strange, plus 370. Parker Washington, plus 390. Mayer, plus 550. Duvernay, plus 650. Marshall Jr., 7-1. The defenses are 8-1. O'Connell, plus 950. Mac Jones, plus 950. He has scored a touchdown this year. 2 touchdowns wise. Let's throw someone in for touchdown madness. I like the Jaguars here. But Madison is 7-1. ETN is 13-1. Brian Thomas Jr., 13-1. Myers, 17-1. Bowers, 16-1. Bigsby, 14-1. Abdullah, 21-1. Tucker, 30-1. Strange, 42-1. Parker Washington, 44-1. Michael Mayer, 95-1 is good enough for me for 2 touchdown madness, Dave. Let's throw him in there, and my man Brian Thomas Jr. is a semi-top type of ringer guy. Although I want to throw ETN in there, let's throw in Brian Thomas Jr. Just because he's on my fantasy.
Yeah,
yep. And that's going to round it off. All right, Dave, your thoughts on this game?
Not much, to be honest with you, Steve. I do like your angles there. If it were me, I would play matching touchdowns from Brock Bowers and Brian Thomas Jr., both at plus 160. I kind of wish Desmond Ridder was playing this game. He did get his rush yards for me last week, and that's kind of what my first thought was here, but it's going to be O'Connell. So that kind of shuts everything that I wanted to do down in that regard. So, Steve, just give me Bowers and Thomas Jr. To kind of stay away from this stink bowl here.
All right, I've got 8 players on this ticket here, but it's not as many bets because we have so many of the same game. So we have Aaron Jones, Hunter Henry, Dalton Kincaid, Deebo Samuel, Kyle Juszczyk, Michael Mayer, Brian Thomas Jr. This is an interesting ticket.
It is.
Should we add on Mike Evans in this Tampa Bay game? I think we got you, man.
Yes.
All right, so Tampa Bay minus 3.5 at Dallas, 47.5. You know what? I said at the beginning of last season, probably at the same time you guys were laughing at the show for even existing. But here you are, happy that we are now 10, 2-3 on our NFL weekends for the season. You were laughing at me when I said Tampa Bay is a good football team. They're going to be a beast behind Baker Mayfield. I don't think anyone in their right mind said, yeah, Steve, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Baker has been slighted his whole career. Baker was mainly dumped on by a lot of people. And I said, I'm not so sure about that. I said that on many occasions. I said, you know, he comes to this Tampa team who has some weapons. And sure enough, he's been fantastic for the Buccaneers. And here they are, all these many months later, and they're one of your little darlings out there to bet on people. So I was on this train first. And Mike Evans has been fantastic this whole entire ride. Rico Dowdle for a touchdown today in this Buccaneers games, minus 115. And then it's Evans, your second favorite, minus 105. Bucky Irvin's plus 105. CD Lamb's plus 130. Rashad White plus 140. Jalen McMillan plus 260. Jake Ferguson plus 270. I have 5 touchdown scores, Dave, to get 6 touchdowns for the season. 4 of them are locked. They have their 6. And then there's old Jake Ferguson with a big old goose egg, just like Trey McBride for the season. Can he get me 6 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks?
Oh,
I should almost bet him for 2 today on that sole purpose alone. Maybe we will. Maybe we'll throw him in here for 2 today. He could be the breadwinner and redeem myself for the season. Sterling Shepard plus 350. Payne Durham plus 380. Cooks plus 390, Tolbert plus 460. Ezekiel Elliott, I want nothing to do with it, plus 550. Baker Mayfield is always a threat for a touchdown. Plus 550 is a good number for him in that regard, to be honest. I would take Baker for a touchdown against the Cowboys.
absolutely.
2 touchdown scores, and I'm going to fill out this 2 touchdown madness ticket. Evans as a ringer at plus 650 is locking in on this. Rico Dowdle plus 550. Irving 7-1, Rashad White plus 950, Lamb 10-1. Let's throw Jake Ferguson on there too. McMillan 28-1, Sterling Shepard 33-1, Payne Durham 34-1. Ferguson is at 27-1. So we're going to throw him. He's the last one of this touchdown madness ticket we have here. Brandon Cooks 43-1, Tolbert 55-1. Passing wise, Baker's 247.5. Cooper Rush 230.5. Del Grande likes Cooper Rush touchdowns. If you need a quarterback in fantasy, he says grab him. Cooper Rush for 3 touchdowns is plus 470. Baker Mayfield for 3 is at plus 280. I think Baker gets his for sure. I'm not so sure I'm going to go with Cooper Rush with Del Grande on that one, Dave, to be honest here. But I'm going to take Mayfield to Evans all day, man. Those are my
Absolutely.
Rushing wise, and I do like Irving, 62.5. I've just been wary of his health. Rashad White, 39.5. Rico, 72.5. Baker, 14.5. It's going to be too low for me.
Averaging 19.
Yep, I'll take him. I'll take him on the alt line too. Let's see. I can get Baker. 40 yards is plus 920. 25 yards plus 250. He can get 40.
Oh yeah, I would. I mean, I would push it, but I would definitely go 25.
We asked ourselves, as Cooper Rush runs, he does run a little bit. 13-1 for 25 yards for Cooper Rush. I think you just got to throw him on and hope he gets it, you know?
Right.
Just because you're priced in at 13-1. Bucky Irving to get to 100 yards today is at plus 420. Receiving wise, let's see what our low hanger guys are here. I hate the Cowboy low hangers. They never do anything for me. Like a Cavante Turpin, 12-1, I'll pass. Payne Durham, 17.5. Shepard, 28.5. Dowdle is a guy I would take receiving, 14.5 for him. If you want Dowdle alternate yards, plus 235 at 25 yards or more. Tolbert, 18.5. I don't want him. I would take Bucky Irving, 18.5. He's still viable in the receiving game. I see plus 152 for 25 yards for Bucky. Rashad White, 17.5. He's always going to be – that's the thing. These guys are true split backs at this point because they still like Rashad White. Brandon Cooks is at 26.5. Ferguson, 38.5. McMillan, 40.5. Evans, 82.5. CD Lamb, 75.5. Give me the Evans touchdowns, and I'll throw as a long shot Ferguson on there as well. But to me, it's Baker and Evans, Dave. What do you got?
Yeah, I like that connection. And I'm happy for Baker, being a Sooners fan. I'm happy to see things come back around for him and him to be having the success that he is. The guy's just a baller, man. He brings the energy. He's another heart and soul guy of these teams. So he's going to bring you the effort. You follow suit, good things are going to happen. I like the Jalen McMillan numbers as well. He's averaging just about 28 a game. So you could definitely hit the baseline. Maybe you can go to 40 and 50 if you want to play a little bit more conservative. So those are things that I would look into as well. You touched on the touchdown numbers. I like Evans at a nice plus 100 over here. And McMillan at plus 270. Again, if we're going to think that he is getting a little bit more duties here in this offense, I love him at plus 270 as well, Steve.
Kyle Juszczyk has fallen off the board for our 2 touchdown scores, so not offered anymore for that. Do we throw him in for 1 since he's paying such a good number still?
Yeah, might as well give him 1. Everybody else gets 2.
Because at 1, I mean, that's almost a ringer type of play. 8-1 for 1 touchdown for Juszczyk. I mean, this is – well, here's what I do now is I now wipe away our 4-game parlays. All right, I'm going to take him out and leave it as it is because $27.60 wins $1 million on the 4 p.m. touchdown madness. If we hit 2, it's about $250. If we hit 3, it's about $2,500. And if we hit 4, it is about $40,000. I think that's fair. So Aaron Jones, Hunter Henry, Dalton Kincaid, Deebo Samuel, Michael Mayer, Brian Thomas Jr., Mike Evans, Jake Ferguson. Bet will go in.
Fire away.
All right, Dave, what do you got on this night game tomorrow night?
All right, let's take a look here at the night game. We'll go to it. Steve, the Saints, they put up a good effort last week against Washington, coming up just short. Well, I'm not so sure that they have that luck again against Green Bay. I'm going to look for a Green Bay throttle job here. I'm going to call that right now. Let's go Packers minus 16.5. They win this game by 3 scores. We're just going to beat the Saints down a little bit. No Kamara now. So I think they're still using Rattler. If we'll look at the passing props. It's Rattler versus Jordan Love. I like Jordan Love in that matchup all day long. Look for Rattler to throw a pick or even 2. And Steve, it's just a route job by Green Bay. You can take all the props you want. They got the receivers that you love. They've got a running back and Josh Jacobs that is, just doing a fantastic job there in Green Bay. And they have the personnel they need to maybe do what the Bills want to try and do today and put this one away early.
Let's see here.
Everything is at your disposal here, Packers-wise.
Until they pull everyone as well, maybe. Yeah, like they could be in the Buffalo scenario.
Right.
They got to get their guys some rest at some point. So, Packers first half bet for me.
It's another first half type deal.
In fact, the one thing that you can certainly do without worrying about the spread is you can bet the halftime team totals. In fact, that would be a good little parlay in itself with, let's see here, the first half of Buffalo and the Patriots, where's this game at now? I cannot find it. Oh, there it is. Let's go to the halftime line. This is a new game for everybody to play here. How about that? Ever evolving, Dave, in this show. But it makes sense. First half team points for Buffalo over 16.5. So that's it. You need 17 points, and you are a winner for Buffalo in that regard. You think they get 17 points in the first half?
I think they certainly can.
Okay. And then we go to Green Bay. And we take their first half team points. Oh, that's the first half total. I was like 21.5. I was like, you got to be kidding me. All right, first half for the Packers is over 14.5. which is still 17 points. But you never know. Maybe you get, a bunch of 3 field goals and a touchdown.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? So 14.5 is at even money. All right, so we're now at plus 280 for those two, Buffalo and Green Bay first half overs. Now let's go back to our higher scoring games. Who are the higher scoring games we like today overall? We'll go back to the front. And why are you defaulting me back to this Green Bay game? Let me get all the way out, maybe. Is that the problem here? Yeah, I'm the problem. Not the sportsbook, Dave. Well, that's me, the problem. All right, so the Bengals, they get their points, right?
Detroit even?
And I think with the Bengals, we just do their team baseline, right?
Yeah, yep.
For the game. 28.5 for them. Although, what are they in the first half? Just out of curiosity. Because they could still just be running the ball and methodically get to 28.5. That's why I want to be so pressed to take them in the first half. Yeah, they're 14.5. So I think we take them for the game, the Bengals. And then the higher scoring game, perhaps. Well, let's take a look at Carolina, right?
Yep.
Because we said that they could score some points. And that would be for a game. You can't trust them for a half either. They're just at 20.5. Can you get there on that?
I think I can get there.
All right, so we throw that on there. Let's look at your commander points.
All right.
Can your team get to 21.5 today?
Yes, I think that's a good number.
All right, so over for that.
But I think if you, yeah, that's fine.
Giants, Falcons will skip. Colts, Titans will skip. All right, so Lions and the Bears?
Yep.
I like the Lions too. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So the Lions team point baseline, 27.5 over, minus 108. And then Rams and Jets would be the only other one we can maybe look at here. Maybe the 49ers. Rams and Jets. The Jets team points are, and that's been the winner. So that's the hot hand as the Jets team points. Let's see. Where do I not see them? Oh, there they are. Oh, I don't see it because this is the Viking Seattle game. That's why I don't see it. All right, more wagers on the Rams and the Jets. Team points. Rams 24.5. Jets 22.5. Let's just pass because that could be either way.
Yeah.
That we only need to get greedy on that one. And then the other game we'll look at. Well, let's look at Jacksonville. That's an interesting one, right? God, can you imagine Jacksonville being your one loser? You want to jump off a bridge?
Yeah, absolutely.
Miami is 21.5. San Fran 22.5 for their team total. I would trust San Fran with their team total 22.5.
Yeah, I could probably get behind that.
All right, so that is the bet. 7 things to happen. Let's look at Jacksonville's just for crafts and giggles, as they say. Jacksonville total team points 19.5. I actually think they get it, but we'll leave it off. All right, this is 95-1, Dave. So $10 wins you $950. And we do this because of Green Bay and Buffalo wanting to score early and then calling off the dogs. So them in the first half, Buffalo 16.5 and the Packers over 14.5. And then we'll take team total overs of teams that we think can put up points today for various reasons. Bengals 28.5, Carolina 28.5, Washington 21.5, Lions 27.5, Niners 22.5, and that pays out $100 wins you $9,555, Dave.
Nice.
What do you think?
I like it. Fire away.
Oh man. let's see here. So if you do that, the problem is you got to wait till tomorrow for the Packer game.
Right.
But you can hedge off that one way or the other. And then the other thing you can do is play a separate ticket, Dave, with everything but the Packer game.
Yep.
So you play the 6. So that's what we'll do. We'll fire a bet in here for all the big ones. Again, I'll repeat that to you guys if you want to write this down. And this appears at the 4-hour, 52-minute mark of the show. That is first half over Bills, 16.5. First half over Packers, 14.5, knowing they could go to the bench and blowouts. The starters, that is. And then teams that can score today. Cincinnati, 29.5. Carolina, that's the risky one, 20.5. The Commanders, 21.5. Lions, 27.5. 49ers, 22.5. All that is now at 96-1 odds. If we drop the Green Bay game, that's the good thing. You only have to wait a half in the Green Bay game. Just because you want to get it over tonight, you don't want to sit here and freak out the whole time. Let's see, $25 wins you $1,200 on those 6 without Green Bay. That's not the worst, is it?
No, I don't think so. Go ahead and fire that away.
Fire away. Fire away it is. All right, Dave, let's cue up the most popular sounder in all of sports. Let's get to our 2 touchdown scorers. And then we'll get our best bets. And we'll get you guys out of here for 1 hour of your own planning time before kickoff. Thank you to all the viewers today. Saw a bunch on here. So welcome to the program. Thank you for enjoying it.
Johnny.
4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give you 25 and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers.
All right, Dave, your 2 touchdown scores for today.
All right, I have a couple tickets here, but we will stick with the 4-man 2 touchdown ticket that I do every week. We'll start that off with Davante Adams. We'll go back to that hopefully in an exciting game there. Zach Ertz will play today. He had a good game last time, so we're going to give him a chance again. Zach Ertz for 2. Jameson Williams for the Lions for 2 today. And then we'll use a ringer play in a 4-man round robin that still pays pretty nicely with Jamar Chase for 2.
All right, let's see. For 2 for me today, I'll start. Did you mention James Conner, Dave? I'm sorry. I'm trying.
I did not, but I do have him somewhere.
All right, James Conner is going to be on my list for 2 touchdowns today. Chase Brown will be as well. I'm going to take Scary Terry back to the well with him. I'll take a look at I think St. Brown's a good pick for 2. I know we have Laporta on our touchdown madness. I think that's fine. But I think you put St. Brown on a best of primary player ticket type of dealio. Put Nakua or Cup on there for the Rams. Maybe Davante Adams on that ticket as well. All those guys are capable of 2 today. Why not? I like Dave's Aaron Jones, but why not Justin Jefferson for 2? Hunter Henry for 2 touchdowns today. We'll take a shot. Jennings, I think, is a good one for 2, but maybe Debo gets back in. Sneaky Debo Samuel type of day. 2 touchdowns for him. If you want one in the Jags game, because you have to have it, Brian Thomas Jr. for that. And then give me Mike Evans for 2 tonight as well. All right, Dave, what's our interceptors list to look like?
All right, we have Dorian Thompson, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray, Anthony Richardson, Geno Smith, and Tua, with asterisks next to Murray and Tua.
We'll keep all those. Yeah, so that's 6 total?
That is, yes, 6 total.
And so the payout on that would be something like 40 to 1.
Yeah, probably.
A little bit. Are those guys mostly minus money for an interception?
I believe all of them are.
So we'll get paid like 30 to 1 or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe a little bit less. Something like 260 on the split. If we,
probably something around there. I just I haven't fired it yet. So
all right, what games would you look at for field goals and touchdowns and a half?
All right, so let's touch on
go over those 2 tickets that you got going.
So I have those 2 tickets. We'll start with this one, and there might be an overlap here, but I tried to go different on each ticket. I have the Browns and the Bengals, Eagles, Commanders, Rams, Jets, and Cardinals and Panthers on the first ticket, and this is round robin. So it's not just a straight up. But Steve, I mean, couldn't you see that possibility in those games?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's your first option. And the second option is going to be nope, that's still on the round robin there. Here it is. So we got the Browns and Bengals again on the overlap. Detroit and Chicago, Tennessee and the Colts in some weird way. And then we did the Vikings and the Seahawks. I think we see the defense in that one. So I think the potential for our field goals is there. So those are your 2 different touchdown and field goal tickets. And needless to say, you just need one of them to go in the right direction.
Okay, I like it. Anthony has 100-yard receivers for him today. All right, so these are the Ant-Man's 100-yard receivers. Mike Evans, Jamar Chase, St. Brown, Jefferson, and Brian Thomas Jr. So what we'll go ahead and do before we do the best bets, let's build a ticket together. Let's mix and match Anthony's and Dave Del Grande's receivers together. Let's see what we come up with. Pitts for 70 yards is at plus 920. Marvin Harrison Jr. for 100 yards is at plus 630. Terry McLaurin for 110 yards is at plus 540. If we go ahead and scoop on down to Jamar Chase, we want alternate receiving yards through the roof on Jamar Chase. Our best payouts at 150 yards at plus 630. Let's throw it on there. He can get it. We'll go ahead and add St. Brown on there. This is actually kind of a fun ticket. These are all superstar receivers for the most part, with a couple different ringers at big payouts, which are things that absolutely could happen here. St. Brown is alternate receiving yards. Let's take him for 125 yards at plus 590. I think that's very live today against this Bears team. And then Justin Jefferson, why not? He can get 150 yards at a blink of an eye himself. Defender slips in Seattle. There goes Justin Jefferson off to the races here. And again, I got to give you guys props. Addison didn't hit pay dirt last week, but he's been fantastic for you guys. So anyone out there who likes Addison, go for it. Justin Jefferson for 150 yards is plus 920. Let's throw him in this big payout. And then Brian Thomas Jr. We'll leave off Mike Evans because we don't want to wait till the night game. And we have 6 guys on here already. Let's throw Brian Thomas Jr. on here as well. If he burns it up for Jacksonville against the old Raiders. Brian Thomas Jr. for his receiving yards to get to 100 today is at plus 225. We'll take him at 110 or more at plus 320. How about that? Try to play a little conservative. But all these guys are huge here, Dave. Kyle Pitts for 70 at plus 920. Marvin Harrison Jr., 100 yards plus is at plus 630. McLaurin for 110 at plus 540. Jamar Chase for 150 is at plus 630. St. Brown for 125 yards or more is at plus 590. Jefferson for 150 or more is at plus 920. Brian Thomas Jr. plus 320 or more, or plus 320 for 110 or more. Now we got to round robin it. So let's try to keep this as cheap as possible. We'll play with the the threes. We won't worry about the twos. So if 3 of these hit, we'll get a winner. 3 of the 7, we'll get a $200 winner. We'll dumb it down here for the 4 game parlays. We'll go to get about 1,000 each for that if we get 3 of them. And then with the 5 game parlay, if we get 5 of them, we're going to get about $10,000 each, 5 of the 7, plus all the scoopings of the 4s and the 3s. So this is a big payout at the end of the day. I don't know. Are these numbers too out of the stars for you, Dave?
It's it would be quite the ticket. I will say that. I mean, we could see it. Why not?
All right. So a total investment on my end. I got to ride the hot hand here one more day. All right, $44.05. I'll take all these receivers for all that. I need to hit 3 of them, and I'll get $200 back. But if we get 4 of these, then it's a nice payday again. So we will hope for that. All right. Your best bets, Dave.
All right, best bets. We will go with team totals ticket today. We're going to go with the Bengals over 27.5. We're going to go with the Lions over 27.5. We're going to give a little confidence to the Commanders at over 23.5. The long shot for this ticket, over 19.5 for the New England Patriots. And we'll round it out with the 49ers over 23.5, Steve.
All right, I need to take better notes than what I did this week because this is a little ridiculous by these counts. But here's the things I've come up with. These are just my general notes. I'll go Cliff Note style. And I will talk about, let's see here. That's this morning. All this is what Dave Del Grande, and this is some Ant-Man stuff. And this is some of my own notes. Okay. All right. This is all the same stuff here. All the same stuff here. Green light. Yep. Okay. I'm good. So these games, Cincinnati, I would look at their defense to score even. And I like Chase Brown to get in the end zone for a touchdown today. Let's see. Washington, I like the Daniels quarterback numbers over. I'll take him for 3 touchdowns if you'd like. I'll take Dave's advice on De'Ami Brown and Zacchaeus. The Barkley receive yards. McLaurin receive yards. We just did. The Bears, take a look at Roschon Johnson, maybe throw him on a ticket for a touchdown. Cincinnati, their defense to score. I said that, right? And Chase, yep. Arizona, we talked about it. McBride, Connor. I mean, they seem like obvious ones. Harrison Jr., we just threw him on some yardage. Tommy Trimble, maybe at least take him for 1, I think.
Right.
Just because we don't have Leggett in there. Trimble could be the beneficiary. Hey, take a shot on Penix. Something's fishy on that game. They're telling you the numbers for Penix are so low that you shouldn't take them. That's why you probably have to take them. Indy's going to be an interesting one. Maybe the Jonathan Taylor receive yards. Okonkwo, maybe the receive yards for him. The Ram game, I think it's a green light for everything. Devontae's been the breadwinner, though. Detroit game's a green light for everything. Team points in that one, especially. Laporta, I think, has a good game for them as well. In the Buffalo game, I'm going to look for a touchdown, at least by Kincaid. Looking for the backup running backs to be involved with Ty Johnson and Ray Davis. Dawson Knox is just 9.5 for his receiving total. Remember that. Michael Mayer, ETN are low numbers for receiving in the Jacksonville game. The Minnesota game, I might take a defensive touchdown in that one. I think Hawkinson can have a good game as well. I like Dave's Aaron Jones pick. Maybe a Sam Darnold rush, a Geno rush. We were talking about those when you're going through your quarterback rushers. Get those guys involved, perhaps. The 49ers, Debo, how about they have him in a sneaky all-around play? Maybe a switchblade bet or whatever. The utility knife bet.
The old Swiss Army knife.
Swiss Army knife bet. Running, receiving, touchdowns, all that mess. Let's see. Juszczyk underdog for a touchdown, I think, as well. Their running back receive yards for the 49ers. Taylor Jr. Take a look at that. And then give me Baker to Evans all night with the Tampa Bay game. Green Bay, take a root for my man Josh Jacobs, maybe to win me fantasy is what we'll be doing.
There you go.
All right, Dave, any final thoughts on Week 16? Here we go. Closing it up, huh?
Here we go. We're a little less than an hour away, so, let's hope for some good games today.
All right, we'll cue up the Pie Tasters. We'll get on out of here. Technical issues last week, but we have new studio stuff. So What the Puck is going on tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nephew Dave can chime in from his Oceanview studios.
All right.
And get the show going for us. Good slate tomorrow of games, right?
Yes, we do finally have a nice Monday slate of NHL hockey.
And the Capitals play tonight at 5 p.m.
Yes, they do.
So you can watch that with your NFL later today as well. All right, guys, good luck. 2 hour 54-minute mark if you want the sneaky thing to happen ticket. And I'll forget the other time of the other ticket. All right. Good luck, everybody. No Christmas show. We'll see you next Sunday or next Saturday and Sunday.